Yo. We here. DJ Hampton Stampede in the building.
DJ Stampede! DJ Ham the Stampede. DJ Ham the Stampede.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Jalen, what's popping? Wow.
Hey, what's up?
Goody. You all right? You ready to go?
Yeah. Unfortunately.
Like that. Shit like that.
Rel, what's goody?
Hello, how you doing?
Good. How you? Everything's everything?
Mm-hmm.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Lexus from Texas. What's popping though?
We here. Howdy.
Everything's everything?
All the time.
Callie, what's good?
Perfect.
What's cracking, y'all?
You ain't
Let's
been
get
to the
it
West
going.
Coast in 10 years.
It's been 6 years. Okay,
Hey.
stop adding years.
Come on, man. Come on. Mary, what's good?
What's up?
Hey, everybody.
What's goody? You what you doing today? Do I need to speak a Spanish or you straight?
Stop playing with me. You know I don't speak no damn Spanish.
Put him in the fuck.
Sis, what up?
Yay, what's up?
What's good? Why you blurry?
I'm always blurry.
Yeah, why you
I don't want to.
don't upgrade your shit?
I don't need to.
Huh?
I don't need to. It's the light. It's not the camera.
Shit.
The light is behind me. That's the problem.
Okay. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Mel was good. You already know. Quincy was popping, my boy. Hope all is well. Lionel in the building. Keep grinding, my G. We proud of you. Tay was good. Was popping. Tay was cooking last time he was up here too. Mr. Williams, salute. James in the building. I like it, man. Rock solid. My brother, salute, my G. Miss Bell's in the building. Obstacles was goody, man. I miss you. I ain't seen you. Hope all is well. Nay was popping. I think Nay probably working like shit too. Impress putting in work. Miss Jilly in the building. Everybody say what's up to Miss Jilly. J. Ali was goody. Homeboy Shalom was popping. Dallas, what up though? Hope all is well, man. Appreciate Empress always putting in work. Riri, what's up? Hope all is well. Let me see, man. T was goody. Who the J. Ali in the building gifted one membership. Appreciate you, man. Whoever got blessed with that, please maintain it. Make sure y'all hit the like button for me. That helps the channel the most. Let me see. Let me scroll. My brother BJ was popping on, man. Put that money away, playboy. Mel said it's definitely the camera, sis. Black King, salute. Yo, sis, you might like Mel too. He right up your alley. I'm gonna put you on.
What you mean? He medium ugly?
Yeah, me and him look about alike.
Yeah.
AC was popping. Call me Queen T. Salute. Osley was popping. Salute. Nightbot doing his thing. RP was popping. Hope all is well. Let me see. Okay, so the night crew in here. Twan, what up though? I like it. Action Jackson was goody, my boy. Let's get it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Oh, dog. What? Why you ain't come up? But you be acting all tired and shit though. You say you got bit by a dog? Is that what she's saying?
Yep,
She
that's
said
what
she
it sounds
off work.
like.
She off work until the 26th. Cause somebody dog attacked her yesterday. You ain't got no mace?
No, Mace. She ain't fast. Black Ken was popping.
By your mace them, don't run.
Nay, where they bit you at? Where they buy her at? You gotta do more. You gotta do more hurdles. You gotta do more hurdles, Nay.
Girl,
That fence. You gotta start practicing up, over, up, over. You gotta do the one where you swing your foot and then swing the other foot over. Like you put your stomach like on it and then flip over. And then you'll get to the point where you put your foot on the top and get over. You see what I'm saying? And then after that, now you do the straight hop with your hands. But right now, you're a novice fence jumper.
Now, let somebody else talk.
I'm just saying. I'm trying to give her some game.
Your arm,
You know?
bro. Don't nobody want to listen to you about nothing active right now.
Bishop, what up, my boy? I ain't seen you in a minute. Salute. Carla Tom, what up, my brother? Yeah, man. So yeah, Nate, we're gonna help you out with that. Nah, I don't got no pit bulls, bro. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Man, oh man. All right. Let me see. We got 106 people in the building. Let me check the likes and we'll pop this thing off. We'll be here for a good time, not a long time. We got 105 people in the building. We have 37 likes. Y'all do us a favor, jump out the chat, hit the like button, jump back in. Dr. G was popping, man. When you coming up here, Dr. G was goody. Hope all is well, man.
Where's
Hope
Dr.
all.
G?
Dr. G be talking her shit too.
Yeah,
you
that
know?
channel keeps speaking to me. I'm like, who is that? But
Oh yeah.
she being so excited. I'm like, I don't even know her, but this is Dr. G. Okay.
Inez, salute. Hope all is well, man. Damn. DirectionCYOP.com, Bub in the building, man. I know it's the so-called holidays, man. Get your merch. I'm telling you, that shit is high quality. I'm not exaggerating. You know what I mean?
Direction, choose your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basically, pay attention, stay alert, and remember, choose your own path.
Hit the link, man. Get the latest merch for sure. So this y'all, let me get Ron Mac. What up though? Yeah, man, we'll be in Atlanta. What weekend is it? April 3rd. April 4th through the 6th. Impress, you dropped the link. You feel me? Love, see what up. We got 3 dope events. Truth, I was waiting for you. Truth and Tequila was popping, my brother. Yeah, man, we got a live show, Adult Field Day. We got a party and all that. It's gonna be dope as hell, man. If you could make it, since you're already there. Toni was good. Hope all is well. So we was doing a stream, right? Talking about crashing out. And Travis Hunter's mom got mentioned for either referring to or mentioning that people said he was a mistake. And so although we were talking about crashing out, a lot of the focus started to be kind of zoned in on her, what she did for him or lack thereof. Motherhood is one thing. Mothering is a totally different ballgame. There seems to be a lot of sentiments out here. So I was looking up some examples and they're not particularly great. I tried to find some great ones. I wanted to get your synopsis on each mom I pull up here today. Can we do that? I want to see what you guys' perspective is because the fellas gave theirs. the majority of the chat seemingly agree with Mr. Fantastic.
Brother.
What was the sentiment was that for some reason, the Travis Hunter's mom wanted to take the spotlight off of him and put it on her. There's a sentiment that a lot of these boys who become great make it in spite of their mom, not because of their mom. Oftentimes we hear, this is the sentiments I'm sharing with you guys, right? The mom will take the praise when these boys make it, but when they end up in jail, it ain't her fault. I'm just telling y'all. Perfect. I'm just telling y'all, man. They didn't. Maybe they did. I thought no, I said the fellas. So correct me. The fellas didn't agree. Yeah, it was a decent amount of brothers that didn't agree. But I would just me trying to recollect on it. I think the brothers agreed with the sentiment that she didn't say he was a mistake. She said they said he was a mistake. But look where he is now. So yeah, we disagree because she didn't say he was a mistake. She said they said he was a mistake. Do y'all want to go through these moms I got pulled up? And I need a breakdown from a mom's lens, from a woman's lenses. What's happening? What's right or wrong? Should she be implicated? Should we put her in the bathroom or not? Is that fair?
Yeah, let's get it.
All right. Perfect. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Yeah, the mistake part. Yeah, homeboy. Yep. We corrected that because me and Aaron and I were like, we didn't hear that. So I'm gonna play her entire interview. This, what you're going to see, it just for context, he won the Heisman Trophy. Okay. There's one Heisman Trophy winner given out every year. It's the absolute best football player. Yeah, we can give you the link. Hey, Jalen, can you drop the link in the chat for Dr. G? So essentially, it's the highest, most prestigious honor that you can get as a college football player. It's often considered the best player of that year. And it's usually quarterbacks and running backs, because in college football, the running back is still very effective. And obviously the quarterback has the ball the most, right? So those people usually make the most impact. He made it as a wide receiver and as a cornerback. You do have some two-way players. So he plays offense and defense, but they're very, 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 very few. Oftentimes it's a few plays here and there. Jabril Peppers used to play a little bit of offense for Michigan. He would return kicks. He was a first round pick. I think he was like pick 18. He plays for the Patriots now. He plays safety. Charles Woodson is probably the most popular two-way player, but it was a few plays here and there. You saw Dion do it just a little bit in the NFL, right? But you have to be an extreme athlete. Chuck Bednarik is the only player that played this many snaps. Chuck Bednarik is I don't even know if Chuck might be dead. But he played for, I think, the Steelers in like the 60s. But he played both ways. Travis Hunter played both ways, like a starter on both. So he played 60 plays on offense, 60 plays on defense, which is just simply unheard of, aside from Chuck Bednarik doing it, 50 years ago. So just to tell you how special the kid is, like this is something football players like that you can't make it. You're not going to make it doing that. But he made it, with little injury. And that just shows his dedication. You have to take care of your body. There's certain shit you have to do that the other guys don't, So just to paint the picture for you guys to understand how special baby boy is in terms of playing football. All right.
So are cornerbacks wide receivers that can't catch?
Not this one.
Well, yeah, not him, but in general.
I think people like the glory, right? So like offensive linemen, they want to be tight ends, but they can't be a tight end. And then the people that play corner like playing corner, But the sentiment is they would be a wide receiver if they could, I guess, right? As like in just, you know. But yeah, so all right. So here's the first clip. Sorry, let me pull it up. Sorry, I'm working with my left hand. I'm getting used to this shit.
I don't want to hear no excuses.
Your daddy. Let me see. This one. So I played this early. I'm gonna play it on 1.25. Dr. G, what's up?
Hey, Dr. G. Welcome.
Hey, y'all.
Oh.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So this is the interview she had. Context is he's already won the Heisman. And he's going through shaking hands. She can hear him. The crowd can hear her while she's saying what she's saying. Okay. Let me know what you guys take regarding this.
Travis's mom, and as you hear his name called, the tears start to fall. What did you think when they called his name? They finally realized what I already knew. What is that? That he's him. He's always been him, with or without a trophy. He's still Heisman. He's more than, he just brought the value that people needed to see him as a person. Never give up your dreams, regardless of how far you feel like you're not there yet. There's always a way out. As long as you continue to push and press, then the rest is history. As long as you continue to put God first, if you keep him ahead, then everything else from the top will follow. So just make sure that you just continue to put God first. Remember to believe in yourself. Never allow anyone else to dictate who you're supposed to.
So everybody he's shaking hands with, they're all Heisman winners as well.
Be what you're supposed to be and how you're going to get to where you're going.
You know, as good as he is on the football field, there's something special about your son. He is a precious, precious person. Where does that come from?
Well, I always told him, you are the prize. It doesn't matter where you go, you're the prize. It doesn't matter what the school is, you're the prize. You bring value. You are him. You're gifted. So use your gifts, not just for you, but people that's around you, people that need something to see. We come from an area that is pretty rough. It was pretty rough. But that doesn't dictate that you cannot be who you are. You cannot be the star. Look where he is now. Just think about it. If he stopped then, where could he, just imagine. So we're thankful that he's able to just continue to press and and block out all the noise. The noise doesn't matter because you know who you are as a person. Once you find out who you are, you're going to continue to do what you do. And he's always been this goofy person. Even when he's supposed to be serious, he's never serious. Even when he's in trouble, he's still never serious. So it's like, I love the person that he is, but I'm also grateful that because what they said was my biggest mistake turned out to be the biggest blessing. So that just goes to show you, you can make mistakes, but that does not define who you are. And I'm so excited for him, but I'm also so excited for all the people that's behind him, all the people that look up to him and see that he is just, you can do it. That doesn't matter if you fall, get back up. You only fail when you stop, and he didn't. Now look at him.
Well, I just want to say this is for the strong moms out there because you have just spoken truth to all of us. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
So you heard her? Did you hear the part that got focused in on? Did you guys hear it? Did you guys miss it?
You can make mistakes. That's the part.
Yeah, essentially. Hold on, I think it's right here.
Serious. So it's like, I love the person that he is, but I'm also grateful that because what they said was my biggest mistake turned out to be the biggest blessing. So but I'm also grateful that because what they said was my biggest mistake turned out to be the biggest blessing. So that just goes to show, even when he's in trouble, he's still never serious. So it's like, I love the person that he is, but I'm also grateful that because what they said was my biggest mistake turned out to be the biggest blessing. So that just goes to show you, you can have.
So what was said, and I can see the point. I don't know how so this is fantastic. He did correct it and say, okay, she didn't say that. She said they said that. But the fact that she got back at her haters during the biggest moment of his life so far was her way of trying to usurp the spotlight and put it on her.
Y'all be reaching. That's why your arm broke now.
But we didn't hear her say
really
push, pray until something happens.
Let me correct it.
Pray until
First off, let me correct it though.
And spoke a word into her son.
Wait, Tiff, you hear me talking? So let me correct it. I didn't say this. I'm telling you what was said on the show. even initially when it was presented, Aaron and I were like, huh? I didn't hear that part. I didn't take it as such. But everybody who was here, what percentage of the chat would you say agree with Mr. Fantastic and his sentiment? Give me a percentage.
The Delulus?
It was only about 20.
I don't
20%.
Yeah,
I say 60.
from what I see.
60%, bro. You said 60%, Dr. G?
The majority for sure.
That's what I'm saying.
Agree with Fantastic that day?
He's the one that proposed that whole line of thinking, wasn't he?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Because somebody who said I was reaching, and then Shiesty said I ain't say it.
Right.
Me and Aaron and I was like, wait, what? But
So what was his sentiments exactly?
Yeah, so his sentiment was simply he did take it. She didn't say that, right? But he said what often happens is mom wants the credit, mom wants the spotlight, mom wants to shine, regardless of whose moment it is. And it was even taken even past moms. It was women want that because we were talking about Travis Hunter. So even with his girlfriend, she has a tendency to, regardless of the moment, only regard how she feels in that instance. You know, so for instance, he's doing the video, right? So he signed with Adidas. A lot of people don't sign with Adidas. And so he's doing a photo shoot, you know, photo op, taking photos, pictures. And she's complaining about she ready to go. While he's literally just signed with Adidas, their biggest player, you could argue. Patrick Mahomes is signed to Adidas too, but a lot of people don't even know that. You know? So it was kind of just looking at that in totality. What you guys' sentiments? I'm a hush.
She already came out and corrected that, so
We don't know what you mean.
She made a video responding saying that that's not what she said. She was asking him, where do you want me to go? Like, do you want me to stay with your family? Do you want me to go shop? Like, where do you want me to go? And he was telling her, you could do what you want. You could stay here, you could go there, you could go there.
Yeah,
that's all she was asking.
That's exactly what she did. I'm ready to go. Where do you want me to go? What am I supposed to do? You want me to stay here? Her conduct needs to change. But Jalen, that actually helps the sentiment. It doesn't hurt it. It doesn't dispute it. If she's saying, you want me to go with your family, you want me to go to shopping?
The point is,
his explanation, it was different. He said his family wanted to do different things. She's like the wife or the fiance. So she don't know what he want her to do. Do you want me to go here with your family, or do you want me to stay here with you?
Yeah, I understand what you guys are saying. I hear you loud and clear. That conversation don't even have a place while he's doing what he's doing, is the point. If I'm at work and you with me, I'm at work. Don't be asked, don't, I'm not getting up in the minutia, what my family doing, what you doing while I'm taking photo ops. I got to answer questions for you. No, I just signed a huge contract. I'm the A side. Sit there and be quiet. Or go ahead and go. Exactly what he said. But don't bother me about it because you got an attitude. That's how that actually manifests. I'm not asking what you want me to do in the middle of you doing a photo op. That makes no sense. Regardless of gender, that makes no sense. If it's your moment, what you want me to do? That, come on. Like, let's be real about it.
To be honest, all of his moments, she been highlighting them. We haven't even talked about, this is his last game. He had an amazing game. This is his Heisman Trophy. This is this signing to Adidas. We haven't talked about any of that. All we talking about is with his girlfriend.
What are we talking about? His mom or the girl?
No, his girlfriend. It was just okay. I was trying to give y'all the full perspective, right? Okay. So I added that in. Jalen was saying there's a correction to the addition that I added. So now we're kind of talking about that, which is fine.
Okay. So we're off his
but back to the thing though, on his mom's and on the general sentiment.
The people in the chat saying not a lot of people agree with Fantastic that day. That's what I can remember from the chat. So
okay, so people said they did. So T said they did. Sis, you was there. What do you remember?
Me too. Here and there, I didn't see a whole lot of people with his stupid ass agreeing to his stupid ass.
Sis, don't make me
brother.
I don't care. I didn't see a lot of people agreeing to that mess. You know, I didn't.
I'm sorry. The source that did all that is clearly biased.
Okay. So what? So break it down. Break it down. I'm a hush. Break it down.
You asking me to break it down?
Everybody take 30 seconds and give your breakdown of what you heard and what was wrong, right, or indifferent.
What I heard her say was about her faith, about speaking.
Let's just go, Tiff, because sis forget everything.
I'm gonna forget. Let's do this. So the mom, right? So she's Holly Rowe is the interviewer, right? She put her on the spot. I guess they do that. That's what they do.
Yeah.
So she's nervous. She's trying to come up with something that sounds good, makes sense. She's on national TV. This is the biggest award. So she's kind of rambling a little bit. And then she just says what she's thinking. I don't know why. I don't know how Fantastic got that out of that. I think he just wanted to say something negative about Black moms. I don't know what his problem is, what his mom did to him. Maybe he could come up here and explain it, because it's about fine time we hear it. Because something wrong with that nigga, for real. Something's wrong with his thought process and pattern. I need to figure out what's wrong with him. That's why I'm here.
Good luck.
Sound like I need it.
I don't know. The majority of what she said was about him and his accomplishments. That one line talking about he overcame whatever negative shit they had to say about him while he was in the womb was somehow supposed to be her still in the spotlight. I think is a major reach.
I just don't. It's not as if she tackled the woman. It's like, give me the camera. I want to talk about my baby today. Like, she interviewed the woman. She's talking about her son. She's literally saying, clearly this was a young mom, that people are saying that he was a mistake. And if you've been a young mother, people will tell you, like, you don't need to have the baby right now, or you're not going to be able to. He's beat all the odds. He's a Heisman Trophy winner. She talked about him being the value, and regardless of what's going on, how she told him it wasn't just about football, but who he is as a person is valuable. She talked about his personality and how much she loved him and how he was goofy. It seemed to me like a mother that was extremely proud of her son, that's doing something that's historical. She brought a lot of faith into it. She talked about praying and putting God first. Many of us have been taught that push means pray until something happens. I saw a mother trying to edify her son, loving on her son, proud of her baby, and acknowledging the fact that though people said he shouldn't be here because she was not, married or young, that despite all odds, he's successful. He's a one of a kind. You said itself, people don't play both ways. He's a Heisman Trophy winner. This is a one-time person that gets it. Her son is amazing, and she's in love with that little boy. That's her baby. I'm not quite for sure what Fantastic saw, what I felt like was happening.
Basically, nothing to it. Nothing to it is all you're saying, and that's why it's bigger than us. It's bigger than him. It's bigger than Travis with Fantastic. I hope the young boys don't listen to that, because it's off.
It's screaming mommy issues. Somebody wasn't loved enough.
Well, we also
I want to get a full thought. It don't have to be super long, right? Pause.
I'm paused.
So, Mary, based on what you heard, what did you gather from that specifically?
So I can understand why it did get conscrewed, towards the end. But my thing...
What part can you understand?
I understand how somebody else could look at like, oh, she tried to take the spotlight, give herself credit. But don't we all give ourselves credit when it comes to our kids doing something right? Because aren't we the ones that teach them? And like she said, like, despite all the odds and everything that was put against her, like, he was still good. Like, I'm sure it was people telling her that don't do it because you can't raise him, you can't this, you can't that. You got to understand that
we as parents, mothers, you know, we're talking about mothers specifically, we get bashed every time our kids do something wrong, but then we're not allowed to take credit when our kids do something right. Like, that's crazy. Like, I feel like she spent a good amount of her conversation talking about him and who he is and how he is as a person, and how she's always just instilled in him to always know that you are it. And then it's the one part where she's like, you know, despite whatever people saying he was a mistake, you know, I still, you know, he was good. So I don't think that she did nothing wrong, because if he would have did something wrong and he would have been on the news, what they would have said, what happened, where his mom, where she was at, what she was doing, where his dad, what happened, what they were doing. So it doesn't make sense that she wouldn't be able to take credit for him being successful, because without the support, would he really be that successful?
Yeah, in a lot of he thanked a few people. He expounded on the most in terms of his help, his coach. Picking them up, dropping them off, taking them to 2-a-days. That was the person that was the catalyst to his success pertaining to football. He did credit his mom for moving him from an area that wasn't so great and being there, you know. But when he expounded on what made him great, majority of it was regarding his coach. What do you think about that?
I mean, that's his truth. You know what I'm saying? Like, this is a sport. Like, your mom's not teaching you how to be this great in football. I mean, she's probably paying for it, you know, financially and things like that.
Those players don't pay. Those players, they don't pay for shit.
They don't pay for shit? Okay. No. So, but, you know, she still was probably there supportively. But as far as like him saying like most of his praise goes to his coach, of course, because you have to be trained. So I don't think he was wrong in that aspect. But his mom was praising him more on who he is, not necessarily just his football career. She just was saying like who he is as a person and praising him as a person in general, because she knows that is bigger than that football shit.
Okay. Jay, now let me add this, right? Because this is a good point. I actually watched 2 of these, but in one of the comments it was mentioned. I think it may bring context. What if Dr. Umar had a similar sentiment to Mr. Fantastic? What if Corey Holcomb had a similar sentiment to Mr. Fantastic?
Did they?
Mm-hmm.
They had a similar sentiment because the coach bought him some cleats. I would have bought him some cleats.
I know they're talking about the statement, sis. The statement of even though he was a mistake, shit.
So they didn't like that line either.
They didn't. They just didn't like her in any regard.
They just don't like black women.
Or they didn't like her defending.
Dr. Umar don't like black women?
What'd he say?
Are we talking about Dr. Umar that's been building the school since 1998? Donations. That Dr. Umar?
Yeah,
talking about Corey Holcomb. Okay. Again,
just say his name. You ain't gotta even say
the source.
Right.
I don't know. Are you saying that so Dr. Umar don't like black women?
No, Dr. Umar is not credible because he's been at the same school for almost 20 plus years.
So you're saying the school is the reason why whatever he says isn't facts? Whatever he said can't be true.
If your money and your actions don't align, then we can kind of question how you behave and move as a man.
So Dr. Umar don't like black women? Go ahead, Dr.
That's not what I said.
But all of the men that you mentioned, their talking points is always about the single mother and against the single mother. So here you have one who's basically reaching back and saying to them, here's your single mother for you, my Heisman Trophy winner. Okay, what you got to say about that? Essentially, and that's what they're responding to. But I still think it was a reach, like Callie Ball has already said, and I think that it just doesn't make any sense. Like Sis has already said, I think the sentiments on the panel have, I mimic the same sentiments.
And the whole thing about it is they like to try to make it seem like all of these men, because y'all are going to say that the majority of men are not incarcerated, but yet y'all still say that the majority of us grew up in the ghettos or these negative environments. These women have to show up and be good mothers for these children to have good lives, regardless of what y'all are saying. If you go to these little boys who have ain't shit mamas, their lives are messed up. The majority of these boys are thinking their moms, and their moms are really the strong ones holding it down. So at the end of the day, yeah, when a girl get pregnant young, or she get pregnant and she don't have no money, she have a bunch of people in her family, her community telling her how she needs to get rid of her baby, how she's gonna struggle, how she's making a mistake. And guess what? It didn't happen to Lauryn Hill. She didn't made
What
that
about
song
what the
Zion.
mom said though?
Why shouldn't she be happy?
Mm-hmm.
If everybody telling you need to delete your child, or you stupid, you're dumb, you're making a mistake, and look what she did. She was a good ass mom, and now look how successful her son is. Give her a pat on her back. That's her shit. That's her shit.
Does she get 100% of the credit?
She don't get 100% of the credit because it's up for the child to listen. Every child don't even listen to their parents. But how many mamas sitting in Chicago letting their children get plucked off? That lady got out the community.
Mm-hmm.
She got her child out the hood. She made sacrifices and moved. Did what
Does
she
the
had
dad
to
get
do
credit?
right by him. He thanked his daddy. His daddy was crying.
He did.
Does the dad get credit?
Yeah, I mean, his daddy wasn't necessarily there, but he still felt like his daddy went through a lot. So yeah, his daddy get credit.
His daddy wasn't there. His daddy was going through hard shit. I think his daddy on papers now. But does his dad get credit with his success?
Yeah, because he still thanks the dad.
Well, I know he did, right? But kids, you see that often from a kid, especially a boy, when it comes to their dad, So, but you do credit the dad with a percentage of his success?
Yeah.
Okay.
If he wasn't there 0% of the time, then he wouldn't deserve credit. But Travis let us know what his dad went through, and that he gave his dad credit, so he felt like he deserved it.
Yeah.
Donnie really likes it.
Yeah.
Alexis?
Thank you.
I would also throw this out there first to understand maybe why people just jumped on that sentiment about his mom and that she's trying to take the space, because have we not seen moms like that? We've seen moms like that. We've seen parents like that across the board, as far as if it's sports, music business and stuff like that. Parents do stuff like that. And so I think that's what the main thing was. Maybe they were just looking for it because they were probably expecting it. And so it was like, oh, well, there it is. She said it. And they just ran with it. But I'm so surprised that especially like, or unless I missed it, him, like Mr. Fantastic or any of the other guys not bragging that the fact that she kept saying, he's the prize, and all this stuff like that. She was bigging her son up, and somewhat to Sherrod's point, I don't think there's nothing wrong with her like taking that. Like, I worked hard. This is the fruit of my labor. And that's all I gotta say from that point.
Okay, so the fruits of a labor is so you think that sentiment's fair to have, like Mary was saying?
Yeah, she birthed him. That's her child. I think
she did make sacrifices. She did a lot of things to get him in that position. Even if maybe she was having a conversation with the coach, like, "Hey, right now because I'm doing this, trying to do this, and make sure."
Hold on, yeah. So I understand that part. Okay, sis, you saying she birthed him? Are you like full stop? So if you birthed him, you get credit.
That's my child. Yes.
I'm saying regardless of what you after.
Well, of course, there's support and people offer resources along the way if you're good. You ever see a bench rider, water boy? He don't get no extra resources or help. It's the one that they can see potential in. They're not helping everybody. Usually.
Yeah.
So they also gained from him. They won a lot of games, Little League, up on through high school, on to college. They can see it too. They're not stupid. They didn't help everybody.
Okay. But you're not saying credit. As long as you birth the child, you get credit. You gotta be.
The majority of the credit goes to the parent that was there. She had to sign papers.
Okay.
She had to permit him to play. She could have said, "No, we good," easily. Begging, the coaches could have been begging and everything. She could have said, "No, we good."
Okay.
Or no, he gonna go play for the other side of town, or say anything. She could have messed it up or just stopped it.
Okay. But you wouldn't credit her if she birthed him and then the dad took care of him.
The parent that was there, I said,
Okay, because you said she birthed him. I just wanted to understand what you meant by that.
Well, being that she was there and she birthed him, she could say what she
raised him, birthed him, raised him. Okay.
Yeah. And I think the mom, just real quick, I think the mom was probably sending a message to the girlfriend. He's the prize. She can't outright go to the girlfriend, tap her on the shoulder and say that. I mean, she probably could, but she figured, let me go ahead and get this in now.
Oh, I see. It was like a side shot. I can see that. That girl probably get on her nerves too. Okay.
Does anybody remember the question? What was the question that she was asked when she responded and she said that? Like, what was the actual question?
She was just saying how great he was, and she just mentioned how people said he was a mistake, but look at him now.
So did the commentator ask her how she was feeling, or what does she think? Or
she's like, how do you feel about this moment? How about your son?
Okay. So she's talking about how she feels. That's totally appropriate.
Okay.
In responding to the question. It's not like she went way off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah. Damn, sis, that's an interesting dynamic. You saying that the mom was trying to get a message over to the girl.
Oh yeah, or even some greedy coaches or something she done felt or have seen throughout the process. Like he's like, don't y'all forget now,
Yeah. Okay. That's interesting. Jalen, did you give your thought on this?
I think it's unnecessary to focus on that, considering how much she put him on a pedestal during that speech, literally the whole speech. And it's just focused on one snippet of the speech. Now, if y'all wanted a contrived speech, maybe they should have coached her on how the Heisman ceremony goes beforehand, because it seemed like neither his mother nor his girlfriend knew really what to do. She was sitting down while they were standing up, didn't know what to do. The coach told her to go up there with him. Like they didn't really know what to do. Then you got to do an interview on the fly about how you feel in the moment. You nervous. She was going a mile a minute, trying to talk about her feelings and get everything out in one go. She fucked up. It wasn't contrived. It was from the heart. It was her personal feelings. Whether y'all agree about it or not is null and void, because it's her feelings. You're arguing about how she feels. She raised the boy. She was there for him before he even got all of this success. So in her mind, they made it out together. And most kids would feel that way that grew up in those circumstances. It's not just me. It's us. Me, my mother, my dad, us. We all made it out. Regardless if it's just me winning this. It's for us. So I don't see why we got to sit here and harp on it. She made a mistake.
What she said?
Yeah, that if y'all gonna pick that part out of it, consider a mistake. That's it. Error. Error of judgment.
Yeah.
Or that she was just excited, and rambling, like I think it was said earlier too.
Yeah, it definitely was a stream of consciousness, like and she was talking, I think she did fairly well for all intents and purposes. Yeah. Because I'm not sure if they know who actually won until they announce it.
No, they don't. I don't think so.
So all the families are sitting somewhere, right, in proximity. And the 4 boys are back there, the credit thing, I've never not seen that. I never forget. My first year playing football, I was ass, right? But my second year, I took off essentially, and I won an MVP award, right? And I remember I'm 9 years old. walking down the aisle back to my seat, and my father's in the aisle, like, give it here. Like, give me that plaque. That was his
That's my
plaque.
boy. Yeah.
But he like, give me that plaque, boy. You know what I mean? Like, that was his plaque, you know? Essentially.
What you gonna say when Chug win?
Give me that plaque.
I thought most parents see children as extensions of themselves anyway. Like, you see them as your legacy. You see them as part of you. You don't see them as their separate person. So when they have their achievements, you be like, that's my son. That's my daughter. That's me right there.
Mm-hmm.
When they fuck up, you got to take accountability when they fuck up too. They're extensions of you, right? So,
yeah.
I mean, what's the difference in this?
Well,
that's why I said it's so quick for the bad, but then when it's something good, oh, you still in the moment. Like, but y'all pointing fingers as soon as something bad happen.
Hey, well, you ever hear boxers specifically or fighters? You know what they say in the ring? We're gonna decide who we're gonna fight. We decided to take this fight. We had a game plan. We won this. We did that. You ever notice that? Listen to a boxer or a fighter before or after their fight, because it's their coaches, their trainers, their team. We won, even though it's that one person in the ring. You know, Barry Sanders during his son's commencement speech. Barry getting, I think it was a Hall of Fame. He said Barry was the third best running back in the Hall of Fame that year. He said it in jest, but I'm like, that's fucking crazy. But I mean, I think it was Eric Dickerson and Sweetness. So they are like, you know, historic running backs. But Barry said that at his Hall of Fame speech. I was like, Jesus Christ. Barry's the best back to ever live, but that's, you know, whatever. Okay, so you guys think this was a reach at best?
Yeah,
and it was more
definitely
normal.
a reach.
Yeah,
they were looking for something to talk about. They was digging, like, what can we say about this woman, this mother?
I'm telling you, I was surprised nobody was really harping on the fact that she was saying he was the prize. I was surprised nobody said that. Like, oh, women, yep, we're the prize. We're the prize. Like,
that's a good point. That's a good point, Alexis. I agree with you on that, because they're always fighting that battle too. Yeah.
And maybe she was just long-winded, because, you know, we do that too. And we ramble on panels. So it's like, if we normal as hell, she's normal ass woman. Right. It's the thing is, like, they be acting like these people aren't regular people who are just being thrown in front of the spotlight all of a sudden. Like, this is a regular ass.
Media training comes later. I was like, there's no media training yet. As if once he gets drafted and gets to a team, if he marries a young lady, she's gonna have somebody to bring her in. It's just like if you're in a church and like there's a new pastor, like you bring people in and teach them, okay, this is how we do this, this is how you do this. But it's like they're not even allowing them to go through the process of edifying themselves. And I just don't understand this, trying to find anything, jump on the person's back and, oh, she's taking the, like, no. If she had run and tried to, like, I want to talk about my son, like, that lady was doing an interview. She's not media trained.
Nah, you know, we're all supposed to be perfect as soon as we turn 18.
And she could have put his ass in foster care. I heard a mama say that on the movie before.
Stop.
I'm just saying.
But don't they act in the previous, because I can't remember the previous Heisman, or don't they do that? Ain't it custom for them maybe to say something to the parents or ask the parents to say something? So
I don't know, because
do they do that?
Not him being on the phone, no.
Kevin Durant won the MVP of the NBA Finals and got up there and was like, my mama the real MVP. They don't got to coerce them children to say shit. They love their mamas.
You don't have to what? Are you saying coerce?
Whatever.
You know what she is. But that was my point earlier when I said, like, they've seen other moms and parents. I don't know if it happens in the sports like that, but I know especially like in acting, singing, and the parents that have the kids from when they were young and growing into stars, like they're like that. Like they say little stuff like that. Like I'm trying to think of a singer whose daughter is singing, and like, man, they always do stuff like that, man. So I mean, I didn't see nothing. I thought it was normal, like for them to talk like that. She was excited, man. Give her all that credit.
I mean, and
And
she
he got
kept
the
bringing
and
God
he's
into it. But she was very focused on like talking about God and the Word, and staying prayed up. Sometimes I don't understand the critique. And then to me, it's like, okay, well, there's a lot of critique about her, and we've not even said like, where was the father? Like, what's going on with that?
We knew where he was, somewhere at home, drugged out, jail. We knew exactly where he was. What the rest of them are. And he was on the program. He was on the program. She interviewing the parent is on the program. They know she's important. They know it was important. So.
But he shouted out his dad. He shouted out his dad.
He shouted him out, and he's standing there in front of the TV crying, knowing he ain't been there.
All right.
Oh, they say they talked to all the parents. So they talked to the parents before they won? Like all the boys that were up?
They prepped them. They prepped them. It's not a surprise that she got an interview. There's a level of preparation, meaning, hey, if this person wins, here's a sequence of events.
Oh, I didn't know that. Okay.
Yeah, they'll let them know that there's going to be a sentence, right? But they don't know that it's going to be them until they know who won, right?
Right.
But they know, hey, if X happens, Y happens. They're not just blinding them, running down on her like, hey, you want to talk? Right. So it's still a production, right?
So.
But she didn't know that she was going to have to talk. Like they tell them, but she doesn't know until it happens. That's
she knows that if he wins, there's an opportunity. The opportunity is now there for her to say something.
Right.
So
and they do this all the time.
But these people aren't media trained. They don't know what they're doing. I think she did well for all intents and purposes. She wasn't stumbling over words. She didn't sound ignorant. It was a stream of consciousness. It was 95% positive, with the exception, I would argue, of saying they said he was a mistake. Right. I mean, that's generally what it is. So, and even that, when I initially heard it, it didn't catch my attention, to be honest. All right, let's look at this one. Perfect. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Make sure I drop the link for Ron Mack. Yo, Jay Miller was popping with the $5 hemp. As a coach, how much credit do you generally give the parents for your players' success? So literally, as a coach, you would have to assess the kids directly. So there's a kid I'll give his mom or dad 0 credit. There's another kid I would give him 75% of the credit, just because the kid is prepped, ready, understands. You could tell that they pour a lot into him regarding how their conduct is, how prepared their bodies are, how prepared they are for the season, what workouts they do and don't miss, how many camps they can go to, what the parents are willing to pay for, etc. Then you got other kids where you literally have to fund every step of their process as a coach, so. And it depends where you are too, when I was coaching in Maryland, the median income where I was coaching is probably $100,000. So they just have more resources, and you can tell, Double R was popping. Perfect. Rasheem, salute. My G been a member for 13 months. That goddamn right, sis. Who hurt that nigga? Fantastic. About TMBR. I ain't seen him as a fan time. I'm gonna call him. He's his pals with but it's important to note that it was several other people who had that same sentiment. Mr. Fantastic just is, TMBR. So she's the pals with the $5 hint. People don't say babies are a mistake. They always aim the arrows at the parents, i.e. being too young or unmarried. I think Tiff kind of touched on that sentiment. Yeah. As A with the $5 says, there was no mistake made by her. Where did Umar say the woman was wrong? He is on a different level. So show and tell, please. Thanks. As A with the $5 says, so it sounds as though the panelists are agreeing it's a mistake by saying rambling, long-winded mistake. I don't understand that. And with the $2, if he cool with his dad, why down the situation? I wasn't paying attention, so I didn't hear that part. Okay, let me show y'all this one.
So, Hemp, I have a question though, like around that coaching question that you were asked, how much credit do you give the parents? But as a coach in general, don't you thank parents? Like, thank you to the parents for XYZ, ABC? Like just in general?
I wasn't the head coach. So I was a defensive coordinator and the defensive line coach. So you bring them to me, I coach them. But once they with me and I see that they have the ability, you need to stay out of the way. Like I had to have a talk with a couple uncles, a couple dads. Like what you telling them ain't it. Okay. He's not good enough to start. One dad was mad. He's like, why my son ain't playing? Because he's not better than the other 6 guys in front of him. As soon as he becomes better, he'll play. You tell him he should be playing, ain't gonna go how you think it's gonna go.
Yeah.
You know? So, you know, and the other kid, my kid wants to play D-line. He's a pussy, Pops. He can't play D-line. He got to play O-line. You know? He's soft as baby shit, Pop. Sorry. If you make him tougher over the summer, he can come play D-line. Until then, keep his $5 ass with the O-line. You know? One kid, Goldberg, I said, go to that carryout and you call me. A carryout's like they sell Chinese food and shit like that. I don't know if y'all call them that. Right? Put me on speaker. Don't sell this out of shape motherfucker no more Chinese food for the rest of this summer if he want to play D-line. And Ma don't bring him there. And he didn't, so he played D-line. Regular shit. But this is coaching him. Like this is a totally, like you got to pour into them kids, you know? Don't cuss them if you don't love them. That's for damn sure. So, sorry, I started reminiscing. I started just rambling. I apologize. I pulled a tiff. All right. So, let's look at this one.
Wow.
All right. So, this one here. Exactly. Stay on that. Stay off that mumble sauce. All right. Let's assess this mommy right here. All right. Everybody good?
Yep, we good.
I'm taking my time. So
okay, so he was a decent player. So what you see here, just for context, is Tennessee hat, Alabama hat, Florida State hat, right? He can choose to go to any one of these schools. So if you have these schools, you have all the schools, right? So he probably had pick of his litter with any school he want to go to in the whole country. Okay, so he's on signing day. This is a huge day for a kid coming out of high school. He's going to choose what school he wants to go to. Nobody knows right now but him. His mom is to his left, his right, our left. She has a Tennessee hat on, which is obvious, right? She has a Tennessee and an Alabama shirt. So at the very least, you know, she's a proponent of those two schools, maybe one over the other, right? But you see, she doesn't have a Florida anything on. Notice that? Okay. I don't know if that's his dad or his brother behind him. Tennessee, right? The little girl next to behind the mom, Alabama. The grandma, maybe Alabama, right? So you see it? So he's going to pick between those 3 schools. Those are his top 3 choices.
3-4 years.
So, Jacob, you're going to Florida. Who just got up and left there and to your right? Who got up and left?
Oh, that was my mom.
And why did she walk out and leave?
I don't know. I don't know exactly why she walked out, but yeah, I don't know.
Jacob, we saw her wearing the Alabama sweater there. What were those conversations like with her about where you were going to school?
We had a lot of conversations back and forth about where I should go to school at, but it was like God led me and my gut, and God led me in the direction that my heart desired. So I followed along with it. I couldn't go with my mind. I want to go with my heart. So from there on out, God let me on. He told me to pick my decision that I wanted, and that's what I choose.
Jacob, you referenced on Twitter yesterday, I saw the post about how it would have been very emotional. You talked about how you had been crying the night before, agonizing about this decision. Can you just walk us through how you eventually got to this decision and what this process has been like for you?
This process, it been great coming along.
You saw that? So, Jacob Copeland, right? This is maybe 2018, I think, 17. He didn't make it to the league. He bounced around a few leagues. He played on the practice squad, which is still good, right? So every team is a 53-man roster, and then there's 8 people on the practice squad because they have good potential. So he played on a couple of different practice squads, and they make like $90,000 per year, right? It's pretty good practicing. Just to give you context, he's the number 40 player in the country, right? There's countless football teams in high schools, right? 32 out of this 40 are 5-star recruits. There's only 32 5-star recruits per year. So he's just outside. He's number 40, right? So there's 32 5-stars, and then he's a 4-star, right? Just to give you guys context to that number 40 and how good he is with that number. And he's the 5th best receiver in the country. See that? So 5th best receiver, top 40 player in the whole country. All right. And so you saw mom and grandma not there no more either. Walked out.
Grandma standing in the back.
Oh, she did move. Okay. Good. Okay. So I think grandma might have been tight, but she just moved. Okay. Yep. All right. So did the mom make it about her? What's you guys' sentiment here?
Did she? She was horrible, deplorable. And you know what? Considering the fact that Alabama and Tennessee is kind of what in terms of distance, he wanted to get the hell away from everybody by going to Florida.
Yeah, I don't know where
he wanted to get away.
He from Florida.
You know what I'm saying? Oh, they live in Florida.
Yeah, they said she didn't want him to be caught up with gangs, so she wanted him to leave Florida because it wasn't safe.
And
then he chose to stay around. So
I see.
That's why she's mad.
He still was that was inappropriate, but I see. Okay. Thanks for the context. Because I'm like, I'm thinking he lives Alabama or Tennessee, and he trying to get away from them folks.
But it's a plausible thought though, just looking at how she acted. Like that is about making it about yourself. Because the first question that was asked about him was some shit about what she did. And it's supposed to be his daggone moment.
Right.
And then the walking in front of the camera thing was just extra dramatic. It's time and place. Okay. Time and place. And that wasn't the time nor the place to be mad or show that you're mad about where he chose to go to school.
Yeah, I don't even know about that gang story. I don't know. Where is the University of Florida at? Because he's from Pensacola. So where is he at? Like that just sounds. I think he finished school. He finished school at Maryland.
What if the mom was like, "This is the wait here." So just having the background, are you picking the Gators over Alabama or Tennessee?
Yeah, I mean, the Gators, Tennessee, Alabama. I mean, it's the same pool. I mean, you could argue maybe Alabama. But I'm trying to think about what year this was. You know, you could argue Alabama, but Florida is top notch, right? They won didn't they win? They won a national championship with Tebow with not too long ago, right?
Tebow.
So Florida
Tebow is old.
That's what I'm saying in a 10-year span. I mean, Florida is Florida. That's a good school. Having those in your top 3 mean you can play. 100%.
What if the mom said
University of Florida is in Gainesville, and that's 5 hours from Pensacola?
Okay.
What if the mom said, "You pick this team, I'm walking out"?
That's crazy, sis. That's foul as hell.
But look where he ended up. Nowhere.
He plays for the UFL now.
What is that?
It's
not bad. It's not bad.
It's not bad, but it's not the NFL.
He played for the Steelers for a minute in the Tennessee Titans. He just wasn't good enough
on the practice squad. Listen, the mom said, "Nigga, if you pick this school, I'm walking out because you know what we've been through. You know your child better than anyone, damn near." And he just did what he wanted to do, which wasn't the right thing. Obviously, he didn't make it to the NFL.
Not really, because he moved out from his mom when he was 12, and he was living with his coach.
This boy right here?
Yeah, and his coach raised him up until college.
So why
did she react like that?
She still wanted him to go to Alabama.
First off, sis, you talking like the NFL is a given. Like, what are you
that's
talking
the best
about?
of the best. Yeah,
You know how good you gotta be.
But no. Back to this though. Why was mom, dad, grandma even there if mom didn't do anything for him? What's the story on that?
Sis, he lived with his coach from 12. And that ain't saying he ain't see his mom.
Yeah, but why would he have to? I need more of the story since we know that.
I don't know. What are you trying to just say what you're trying to prove?
I don't know. I'm trying to figure out why all those people behind them, but they didn't do shit for them. I need more of the story now.
I don't even think it matters.
It matters to me because I'm like, well, what you there for if you didn't raise your 12-year-old?
There's still a level of decorum. We can all agree that what she did was.
I'm not saying that.
It was
I didn't comment
inappropriate
on that yet, but I'm just saying, like, what's the backstory since we know that much? What are you even there for?
What happens is oftentimes you get a kid that's good, right? You can in high schools, the majority, I think, I'm not sure if it's all states, but right where you live is where you go to school. Right. So if I'm speculating, it probably was a better opportunity for him to go to said school. He's a top 40 player in his class. I would assume that they probably had him reallocate there because it's a better situation and he could play at a school that get more notoriety. But I don't think that means he shunned his family.
Okay, so it's irrelevant the fact that he lived with his coach.
Maybe it's just a piece of information to consider.
Oh, I don't know. I need more. But no, she looked crazy for just walking out. She could have held her emotions overall. It would have been hard. It would have been real hard because I understand why she did, but it's like you make a decision. Like, just stand there. Just stand there and be stale, or sit there and be stale if you can't do nothing else. She would have to prepare for that, though. I don't know if she was prepared. I don't know if she prepared. I think she said, "You pick this school, I'm out." She stuck to it. But
Anybody else? Go ahead.
It was messed up. It was messed up. She shouldn't have did that.
It's inappropriate.
Yeah. So this is what it like. That's so. Like that was real. That was real, right? She really. That's crazy.
That's nuts.
So y'all don't agree with this? Huh?
No. Not at all. Not at all. She way out of line.
All right. So this was an easy one. Did she make it about her?
Yes,
for sure.
I think the commentator helped with that too, though. Like,
the commentator was nasty. So why? Who said it just walked out? Well, why you walked out, sir? Now's not the time.
It's unusual. It is the time. Like, who's getting up? Like, what is that? That makes no sense. And they walk in front of your table.
Right.
That's his job. You know they asking that question.
But she kind of looked him in his eyes so he could see she leaving. Cause he turned that way and she looked like, you better know I'm gone. And it looked like he wanted to be like, bitch. But he would have fucked up his his side. Then what extra pissed off kid about his mama. And like, why she leaving? He looked like he said, I don't give a fuck.
I mean, actually, he did more to hold his composure than what she did, and he's supposed to be the damn child.
Right.
Yeah, he didn't even break down for the most part.
Yeah, he was like, it is what it is.
Because he knew what she said. You picked this school, I'm out.
But sis, we hear what you saying about explaining the situation.
Mm-hmm.
What is your sentiment about her actions?
She could have held it, but she's the type of person probably got to prepare for it. Like, if he pick up that hat, I gotta stay put. Like she had to prepare. I don't think she thought about it. You prepare for things. You gotta prepare.
So what is your sentiment? You're explaining her actions again. What would you say to her about what she did?
Ma'am, I understand why you walked out, but next time, just stand there.
Oh my God!
Just stand there. Just stand there. Fuck it. He knew what you wanted him to do, and he chose his own way. He fucked up.
Sis.
I understand her emotion because you know your children. If you have children, you know your children. I'm sorry. Just saying. Sis. I understand the emotion. I can't lie. I understand the emotion. But you gotta hold it. You know what I'm saying? You already never been mad at your kids.
Did everybody comment on this?
Or don't?
Yeah, but I ain't go snatch him off the stage or nothing like that because I was mad at him. That's essentially what she did.
Damn. And sis
And
said,
he must have really
Sis went up to her and said, "Yo, I feel you, trust me. But next time, just hold your horses." That is nasty work.
Damn, he ended up nowhere.
What are you talking about? He played for the Defenders. He was on the practice squad for 2 NFL teams.
Who are they? Who are they at?
Who's the Cowboys' best player?
The Cowboys? I like Michael Parsons myself.
Yeah, Mike is good. Who's one of their biggest impact players?
Oh, the Cowboys?
Dak Prescott. Dak Prescott.
No, Turpin.
Who's that?
Turpin makes a lot of big plays. The point is, he came from the UFL. I think he played for the DC Defenders, as a matter of fact.
Oh, that's a UFL team. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, you still got to be good to play there.
What the U stand for?
Huh?
What the U stand for?
United. I'm just saying, he played. I mean, that shit is hard as fuck to play. Y'all niggas tripping. That's all I'm saying. The NFL is not a given.
That's like your kid is at his recital or something like that. He wore some different shoes than what you wanted him to wear. So you go walk up there and go pull him off a stage to go make him put on some different shoes. Like in the middle of him singing type shit. That's like basically the same thing that she just did.
That's not a life-changing decision right there. Going to which college, that's life-changing decisions right there.
It don't matter what the decision was.
That's my opinion.
But I'm saying it doesn't matter what the decision is. It's about the actions that you take while you are disappointed in whatever decision is made. So I wanted him to wear these shoes. He didn't wear the shoes that I wanted him to put on. So I'm gonna go snatch him off the stage because he didn't do what I wanted while he performing. That's basically what she did.
You think so? I don't know.
Oh, sis is bugging, son.
She is.
She's
bugging.
Yeah, sis, stay strong.
Look, I'm the one in the bleachers when his mom walking out yelling, "Go on, crazy ho!"
That was nuts.
So y'all, everybody don't fuck with her except sis.
No, I'm not fucking with it.
Yeah,
All right.
Yeah, she lacks situational appropriateness completely. So
yeah,
no.
He probably was
you know
bad
what?
as
It's
hell.
very odd because you know how as Black parents, like you get told, like, don't embarrass me in this store, don't go out in public and act a fool. Like, sis, bruh, like what you doing? We don't do this.
It was a life-changing decision. It wasn't grocery store
But it
or
was,
recital.
it was his.
It
He's a young man, but he's an adult. And at this point,
You
if you
don't
can
know
honor what
nothing.
your
He's
son wanted to do, that's a. I'm not gonna call him a grown man, but he's definitely old enough to go off and go to college. Then he's able to say the college that he wants to go and be for. Like, she's not taking
No.
those hits. She's
No,
not
these
getting
kids
hit.
don't know nothing. You know nothing at when you're going to college. You know nothing. You learn as you go. She's like, listen, I see this for you. He's like, no, I see this for me. Where is he at? Is he even playing? Is he even playing in the UFL?
Yeah.
He is.
I bet the UFL checks are bigger than the checks that his mama was getting. And
Damn.
did she go to college? Did she go to college?
How much they get paid? Google it. You know,
Let's see.
WMA, they was getting what 70,000 to 200,000. How much did UFL get?
All right, let me see. Let me see. According to current information, UFL players earn a base salary of $5,500 per week while on the active roster, with inactive players receiving $2,500 per week. This includes a weekly housing stipend and additional per diem during travel days. It's $5,500. I think they play for 14 weeks, I think. Lee with the $5 says, Sherelle, you are beautiful. Lee, what's popping with the $5 says, why do I have a crush on sis? As Abe with the $5 says, many Black and white kids do not live with their parents when they are a great talent. Aaron with the $2 says, sis is anti-Hamp, Batman, and Joker, I swear. As Abe with the $5 says, have any of you parents ever done something your kids said embarrassed them? Let's assume so. Not that shit.
I'm sure. I'm a girl and they're boys.
As Abe with the $5 says, have any of you parents ever done something? As Abe says, everybody is perfect on the panel. No, I don't think everybody's perfect, but that was bogus.
Right.
MC Heavy Tits with the $2 says, hello to the beautiful panel and the chat. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Let me show y'all this mom right here.
Oh God.
I know you're not finna play Boys in the Hood. Boys in the Hood.
So think about her.
That is Miss Pearly from next Friday. That'll be Friday after that. No, I'm saying that's the same. That's the same archetype.
Boys in the, or she was in Poetic Justice when she.
No, I'm saying that. I'm saying that's the same archetype. Tell your daddy I said, hey. That's the same archetype.
What about her though?
She told what? She a ghetto ass.
Now, Sherelle, let me ask you: that archetype, is it far fetched? Is it something we should simply throw out, or is that a reality?
No, that's a reality. It's a minority. And there's people who have moms like that. That's why we should give credit to good moms, because everybody's.
Would you say an extreme minority?
Not in the hood, no. Yeah,
so let's go with the demographic that would fit that living and etc. Right? Let's say you had 10 moms in that circumstance. How many would you say, speculatively, how many fit that archetype?
Half of them.
Out of 10, 5?
Mm-hmm.
In that demographic?
Yeah, in the hood. Yeah.
So in that demographic, 5 out of 10. That doesn't, and because again, we're talking about that different graphic. 50%.
So it's a product of being in the hood then, if it's that high, then right? The reason is because they're in the hood, the condition.
Yeah, most people in the hood just have low values, low morals. They wasn't given much. They just live a certain way. I don't even really think they mean harm by it, but they just like that. You go to the bus stop, it's a bunch of women cursing their kids out, talking crazy to them, talking down to them, telling them they ain't gonna be shit. It's a lot of women who like their children according to how much they like the daddy of the kid. They call
So
their
you
kids
think that's
bitches
what it
and
was? You
hoes and
think
shit
it
like
was
that.
a father
People
thing,
like
or
that.
do you think she just saw more potential in the other son? Like I don't
Well,
think
she see more potential in him with the football thing, but typically that can happen if none of them have potential. But if she like the other one, daddy, the most, then she'll show that child more love.
I think it's the man thing for sure, because she was just calling Trey, who's that motherfucker on my porch? And then when she saw that it was Trey, the nigga that she liked, son, and she was like, "Oh, you so and so kid," and then she want to be all nice and shit.
So inappropriate asking this kid about his dad and his girlfriend, and girl, that's a little kid. Why you asking him?
But they do it though.
But you know what I'm saying? Yeah, it just extrapolate that to the friend, to the 2 kids that she has. You know what I'm saying? It's no wonder Doughboy been acting like how he act ever since he was a kid, because she ain't like daddy or whatever. So she gonna sit there and talk shit to him, but whatchamacallit, the other one, he was all good and supporting and smiling and talking to him nice and everything. But Doughboy caught that bullshit. I would say that might be an extreme or whatever as far as the language, like, you know, out in like the real world or whatever. The script was an extreme or whatever. Not to say that there's no moms that do that, sure. But I think the sentiment would apply. They may not use those exact words, but the sentiment is still the same. Talk down on one and praise the other one, whether you cursing or not.
Yeah, I'm listening. I'm just listening.
You know, I was trying to ignore it earlier, thinking when we was talking about Travis Hunter, but then the boy with that Raiders hat on just reminds me that he's probably gonna go to the Raiders.
Who had a Raiders? Oh, you talking about Doughboy?
Yeah, and Travis Hunter is probably gonna go to the Raiders.
Why you say that? He comes to the Cowboys.
Nah, he ain't going to today. Have you seen?
Come on. What the hell are y'all talking about? Come on.
Girl,
Here
don't
we
wish
go.
the
Here we go.
Cowboys on nobody.
Wait a minute, no, but you know what, Alexis? He finna be real funny and try to act like we don't know what we're talking about. But on Enemy, you know what? I ain't gonna go there. Just on Saturday at 4 o'clock, you be quiet and stick to the foosball.
Come on. So
Doughboy with the Raiders hat, he wasn't playing or whatever. That's LA culture shit. That's hood shit. With that Raiders hat, he was banging.
So okay. So Sherelle said 50% of the women around the in the quote unquote hood, for sake of argument, have that modus operandi and sentiment. What do you guys think?
I don't know them hoes. I don't understand that. I couldn't. I don't know them hoes at all.
That's nuts.
I can't relate. I don't understand it.
Oh, they say he was stealing and going to jail since he was a little boy. So if he had different behavior, though.
Who, the fat one?
Who said the fat one?
Yeah, he was in trouble all through his life. In and out of juvenile, jail, all of that.
But a piece of that, like, wouldn't she own that as a mom if she's the only parent? Like,
she should.
Okay.
But not only for that, but the way she treat him. Not only because she the only parent, because she could be the only parent and not have that outcome. But it's because of the way she treat him.
Right.
Right. They're gonna live up to your expectations, and if you expect him to not be shit, he's gonna live right up to that.
Yeah.
And
Not
she
be
was
shit.
comparing the babies.
You gotta
So
speak life. You gotta speak life.
absolutely.
Yep.
All right. So
She's trash. Next mom.
I hope you got a good one next.
what? That what? These too easy or something?
We 1 for 3 at this point. 1 for 2.
No, Baba.
No, I don't think we've agreed with any of the moms so far. Oh, we said
First
reverse
one.
mom. Travis' mom was okay. The
Okay.
dude that the mama walked off, she's trash. Doughboy's mom's trash.
So
Yeah,
1
you're
for
right.
3.
Yeah.
But more importantly, though, right? Because it's a movie, but the archetype was confirmed to an extent that is indeed a thing. For Sherelle said 5 out of 10 in the chat. Somebody said 8 out of 10, 3 out of 10.
Wow.
And it's tied to the man, is what Callie was kind of articulated. So they had two different fathers, and therefore his treatment was predicated on his father. All right, let me show y'all this one. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. So this here is Bud Crawford. He's a boxer, champion level boxer.
Oh,
You
he's
could
from
argue,
Omaha.
you can argue that he's the best boxer in the world. If you made that argument, it would be pretty credible. You know, of course, people would dispute it, but Bud Crawford is amazing at the things he can do. So these are the sentiments that were shared from his mom regarding his upbringing, and now he is a world champion boxer, right?
To tell my mom I was gonna be a world champ.
I told him,
Oh no.
How'd that make you feel? Feel me were raised.
they beat up everybody in the neighborhood. I pay the kids. I said, if y'all can whoop Bud, I give y'all $10 a piece. You know?
$10. Anyone who can take my son's.
Yeah. Yep.
A lot of takers.
Yeah, kids in the neighborhood. Could nobody whoop them?
What did he tell
He told your mom, I told you I'm the best.
you? First time it hurt. Yeah, I was a little kid. And at some point, the whooping stopped. Yeah, I wasn't having all that.
He was 13 when he said, Mom, you're not going to whoop me no more. He takes the belt from me.
He once told me I was fighting for her approval, for her to tell me she was proud or happy, but she never would. So I stayed at it. Explain that. When she always telling me you're going to lose, or you're not good enough, or you're going to get your ass kicked, it's like, okay. When I went
This bad. The music's kind of annoying, but are you guys reading the subtitles?
Yeah.
Yeah. The music's sad and shit. I'm about to start crying.
Nuts.
So
I can't even
you're
read
not
the
good enough,
subtitles.
or you're going to get your ass kicked. It's like, okay. When I win this tournament, she's going to say, congratulations, I'm proud of you. But it never happened.
Mute the music.
All those years,
can't. It's just a clip.
She
But
didn't tell him congratulations at all.
She said, I don't know why they got the music so loud, but this clip is the best one I could find that kind of has the synopsis of it. But he said when he won the tournament, he finally thought she was gonna say good job, but it never came.
Why is she around?
You say,
huh?
Why is she around?
Sherelle, I hate to say it, but being from and having family in Omaha, it's on par. For some people, that's on par. Even though it's the Midwest, on
All right,
par.
let me finish this real quick.
Love you.
Yes.
Yep.
Nope.
So
You know what? Was she one of those moms that fell into I'm not gonna baby my son, I don't want him to be weak, so I'm gonna beat him up because the world gonna beat him up? Sometimes the
what does sometimes mean?
She's just a weak ass pussy ass hoe.
That seems broken to me, so now she gonna break her lineage too.
And she ugly.
Let's go. Break it down one by one. Go ahead, Alexis.
Similar to Doughboy and their mom, that type of stuff goes on in a certain type of neighborhood and amongst a certain type of demographic of people. And so I'm not surprised at all Not surprised at all. And he sort of favor her. So, that could be on that deeper level as far as she telling him that because she feel like she looking at herself and you ain't gonna be nothing. And so, and he looking at himself too, looking at her. So of course he wants her approval. But that's crazy. Like that, you couldn't even tell him he did it. He done look juju and all them ass. You can't even tell him good job. Damn.
But that's it. And so because we keep on talking about a specific demographic, she says she don't know anybody like that. But then I didn't hear anybody staunchly refute 50% of them acting like this.
Well, Sherelle was talking about in the hood. She said 50%, right, in the hood. And so the only reason why I didn't question it is because I don't have that frame of reference anymore. So I don't know for sure.
Okay.
Right.
What is his mom from, Dr. G?
I don't know, but she seems like she's that same archetype to me. I don't know where she's from. But we were talking about Doughboy's mom, right? And so this mom, the last mom here, seems to be the same type woman. So
it's a real person.
Right. No, right. I know, but the same archetype, let's say it that way. She represents that same archetype. So
Omaha is not that boy is from Omaha, and I've never really watched Belly, but I do know that part of Belly they were using Nebraska or Omaha as part of like cleaning it up. The Omaha is deep. Omaha has some serious issues, and I have cousins from there. And the boys, if the mother is not on it, if the father's not on it, the results are not good. They're not good.
So then,
but the way that lady was speaking, fucking nuts.
So,
but can't we just be real? Everybody's not a good mom. Just moms are not good moms.
So the interesting thing about Belly, just FYI, they're not actually in Omaha. Method Man just says, "Ain't you this the illest nigga in Nebraska?" They're not in Nebraska though. Just as a movie, if y'all.
I've only seen the clips. I've seen a really pretty dark skinned lady because her skin was shining.
Yeah, but so just FYI, if y'all watch it, right? But essentially, we understand that, right? But it's deeper than that. If we again saying Omaha is downtrodden, right? You would liken it to be hood-esque at the very least. And now Sherelle says 50%, and there's sentiments that are higher in the chat. There's a few that are lower. That this is every day from boys who come from a particular circumstance.
I don't think it's just boys. I think it's just horrible parenting. Just because you can have a child doesn't mean you're going to be a good mother. There are some people that should not have children.
But I guess my question was, is it
what you said, sis?
I'm sensing this addiction and maybe generational stuff going on. If she sat down with psychiatrists, therapists, a lot would probably come out.
Yeah, I mean that's nuts. Like, I'm gonna pay people to beat him up. I'm gonna bet against my kid.
Well, look at this, Sis and Tiff, and then Dr. G. You can ask your question. Is Terence Crawford undefeated? Hey Siri, is Terence Crawford undefeated?
I think he is.
Hey Siri, is Terence Crawford undefeated?
Okay, I found this on the web for his Terence Crawford. Check it out.
He is, yeah. He's undefeated in fighting. So
fight for his life.
If her thing was to make him tough and it never be good enough, so fighting to make sure he's the best in the world, did she succeed?
I don't think that was the intention. I think he just overcame.
Well, she said she was paying people $10 in the neighborhood to fight him.
I don't know. I'd love to try to understand the frame of reference. Because let's
walk it
down. I have a son. I don't understand that. And to me, I'm like, okay, there is a balancing of, yeah, you don't want to create somebody that's like a mama's boy, but to like never tell your child I love you, to never say I'm proud of you, to never like, I don't, that to me is a very foreign idea. I don't.
But Tiff, is your son a world champion boxer?
He's a world champion to me. Now what?
That doesn't mean anything. Is he a world champion
He is
boxer?
to me. He is to me.
Yeah, that's inconsequential. Is he
No,
a
no,
world
no.
champion
Nope.
boxer?
If I'm gonna,
It doesn't, just because you say it's your son, he's not a world champion boxer.
he's
If
not a
he's a world champion in your
boxer,
head,
but
that
he is a
doesn't mean
champion
nothing,
to
right?
me. So no, I do
Okay,
not
fine. Is he a
understand.
world champion boxer though?
I said no, but also
Okay.
he is a champion to
Is he
me.
41-0? Is he the 3-division champ? Is he
No.
a prize fighter? Is he a pugilist?
A what? I don't know what that word means. I'm not being
Okay.
funny.
Pugilism is the fighting, right? And so he's a prize fighter. I fight, I get paid.
Okay.
Right? He's that thing. So when
And
she's
I don't
saying
think what she
I have
said
to
was
make
appropriate.
you, but
Get
just
out of that kitchen.
let's think through it, right? So your son wasn't raised in this way, nor is he a world champion boxer in 3 divisions undefeated. So she raised him that
Did
way.
you trying to talk down on my baby?
He's not a world champion boxer in 3 divisions undefeated. He's not that.
Watch your mouth.
He's not. Can he box? Does he fight?
Change the subject. Get off my son.
No, he don't
Yes.
box.
It's just a fact. It's just a fact. He just
Yeah.
doesn't box.
He
It's
can't
just a
box. That ain't nothing about. He
The
put him in
can't
boxing,
and
then he can
do
box.
is different.
Yeah, he doesn't box. He can't box at this juncture. Right?
No.
He can't box at this juncture. That's a fact. Could he learn? Yes.
Okay.
I don't know if he's an athlete or not, but
He
I would
was.
assume he got some athleticism, so he should be able to learn it. But if he can hear me, baby boy, you can't box right now. But he can learn. So if she raised him to be as such.
But a lot of people can't. A lot of people are not world champions.
Know
A
that.
lot of
All right. So if a lot of people, he could probably do yoga though. But so you're a good teacher. So make sure I come to Tiff yoga class Monday at 7 p.m. That nigga, she could probably kick high and all that shit. So, right? So, but Tiff, look at that though. So he's a prize fighter, pugilist, professional, top of his profession. How she bred him, he's literally at where she put him.
I just don't think you have to beat your children down for them to be successful. He had the
This
talent.
might
The
be-
talent was there.
This might be the in spite of example.
He's in spite of. Like
Sis.
no,
This is it.
you do not have to tear a child's self-esteem down. You don't have to do
I'm
that.
saying he made it in spite of his mom.
Sis. He is a
You don't deserve no
he
credit.
fights for a living, sis. She made him fight in the neighborhood. He was never good enough. He said that the things his mom did to him made him enraged.
Right. So that
And
was
now
me.
you channel that rage
Right.
into be arguably the best fighter in the world at this time.
Right.
Terence, let me tell you how good Terence Crawford is. He's naturally right-handed, but he can fight southpaw. People think that's just that shit is hard as shit for people to do. He's that skilled, that's focused. Is she more of a catalyst than we want to give her credit for?
Wait, I thought the in spite of meant it's not because of her, it's in spite of her. I thought that was it.
Sis, she made him enraged. She made him fight in the neighborhood. Everything he did, even when he won, wasn't good enough. And now he's
But he
the best
wanted to
in the
keep-
world.
Right, but he wanted to keep going. He wanted to be the best because she wasn't giving him the acknowledgement. And
No, you're right, sis. But now he literally is the best. If I had to pick a boxer to fight for my life at this point, it would probably be Terence Crawford.
yeah,
So
I agree.
I'm just thinking about it.
Yeah, you're saying the
But
facts.
that's one of those I'm gonna do and I'm gonna be successful because you said I ain't gonna never be nothing, so I'm gonna prove you wrong. That's not
Right, it's in spite
That's
of her.
reverse psychology.
Is that she talked down on him? Because I couldn't read all of the captions. She talked down on him and shit, or she just never said,
Yeah.
"I'm proud of you."
You said you ain't
No,
shit.
she was like, she paid other people to
Okay.
fight him. She said you ain't gonna be shit. He never told him congratulations. She didn't praise him.
And you think she did that seeing the future? He's gonna be a world-class boxer?
Sis.
No
Now,
way.
sis, here's the
No,
thing, right? Here's the thing.
no.
When
He
we
was
look at
smoking
the
crack.
but sis, here's the thing though. We say such and such mom did everything for him because she moved him somewhere. Right? But what inspiration did he speak of? She had baby boy fighting in the neighborhood and never losing. So I'm just saying that tough love shit. And then when you look at his example, did it work?
I'd have to say it worked.
See, and I'm playing devil's advocate, but I'm like, damn,
No, I
like
don't think she was thinking that far ahead. He's gonna become a boxer. Somebody picked him up and brought him to the boxing gym or something.
look at this. Look at this right here, right? Hold on. Look at the picture. Look at the picture. How old is he? he been boxing.
What, 7, 8?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's his whole life.
Was he in? Yeah, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Someone at the gym also saw he had it. I don't know if the mom saw he had it. She said nobody could beat him. So she paid $10 for people to try to fight him and beat
Well,
him.
look at his mom, right? So my dad used to tell my mom. You see that one? The caption. So he's little, right? He's a kid here. So I think his dad used to say.
They used to tell my mom I was gonna be a world champ.
I told him.
So the dad used to tell him he's gonna be a world champion. His mom like, you ain't gonna be shit, nigga. Come fight everybody in the neighborhood. Maybe she was the bad cop.
I think this is an example of knowing who your kids are and what they can and can't take. There has to be a level of discernment in there. You know, you're not going to raise all your kids the same exact way because they're different people, right? So it could be and for her to have that balance of the dad giving him praise, but the mom wasn't. I don't know if the dad was, living there in the picture like that or whatever, but his daddy was there doing something. So I think it probably was in essence the good cop, bad cop thing, and they probably knew together that, what he could and couldn't take. So I can't necessarily say that was a bad thing. It would all
Did
depend
mom
on what
say
he
that?
says and how he felt.
Did she say it in the clip that she was telling him he wasn't shit so he could be better? I believe she would have said it.
No, she just ain't
She
shit.
didn't. No, she
didn't.
didn't.
A lot of moms are like that. The majority of their children don't turn out to be shit. Great, he fought through it, but he's the exception to the rule, not the rule.
Well, he had his dad tell him he's gonna be a world champion.
Then that's what got him there, not the mama.
Well, she didn't say it in the clip, but there are interviews or something. They did a story, and she had said that her mind frame in that was to toughen him up. So in the sense, she wasn't thinking like, oh, I'm gonna toughen him up to be a world champion boxer, but I'm gonna toughen him up because they're probably in that environment where she didn't want him to get it because he looked scrawny. She probably didn't want him to get beat up and all that. And so, in turn,
but he was beating everybody up. So
yeah.
Luckily,
let's look at it one more time.
I'm saying in this instance, he was already beating them up.
All right, let's look at it one more time.
How do they make you feel? Feel me were raised.
They beat up everybody in the neighborhood. I pay the kids. I said, if y'all can book I give y'all $10 a piece. No.
$10 anyone can take my sons.
Yeah. Yep.
You gotta take us.
Yeah, kids in the neighborhood. There's nobody with them.
Let me tell you.
He told your mom, I told y'all the best.
First time it hurt. Yeah, I was a little kid. And at some point, the whooping stopped. Yeah, I wasn't having all that.
He was 13 when he said, Mom, you're not going to whoop me no more. And he took the belt from me.
He once told me I was fighting for her foods up the hood and tell me she was proud or happy, but she never would. So I stayed at it. Explain that. When she always telling me, you're not good enough, or you this ass kid, it's like, okay. When I win this tournament, I say, congratulations, I'm proud of you. But it never happened. All those years, wanting for you to say,
I love you.
yes.
Yep.
Nope.
She thinks it's a methodology. You can tell she's doing it intentionally for a goal. He been boxing since he looked like 6 years old. So she was saying she was doing it intentionally. Nope, I never said that. I didn't want him to lose that rage. All I'm asking is, based on his results, did her methodology, although it be extreme, was it what's the word I'm looking for?
Ineffective.
Effective, yeah.
Effective. It was. She had a goal. She wanted, like I said, from what I had read, she said she wanted to toughen him up. So whatever she had to do to make him tough. I mean, even if that is, because the mom's supposed to be, what's that saying, the boy's first love and all that, and she like, you ain't gonna be shit.
I mean, we can all agree that Michael Jackson is the greatest entertainer, right?
Yeah.
You know what his dad did to make him the greatest entertainer?
Beat him.
Mm-hmm. I'm not agreeing.
So I guess the question becomes, is that what it takes for greatness? You got to have somebody.
Because they got a lot of beat ass, unloved kids running around shooting shit up.
Right, but
having
those
kids that they don't love, that they gonna beat on
but those kids didn't have direction towards a goal. Joe Jackson had a direction for his kids. This mom seems to have had a direction for hers, right? So even though it's unorthodox parenting, right?
Is that views them in the right direction?
Well, I mean, I'm asking the question because we got two examples. We got two examples of where it worked. It was like, and it's something we wouldn't do. It's unorthodox. I wouldn't treat my kids like, I didn't treat my son like that. And, he went to college on a scholarship and all that stuff. And I didn't treat him like that. But you got parents on the other end who did, and their children rose to greatness. So I'm just saying, is that what it takes? Did I love my boy too much?
Some men feel like they abandon their kids. If their kids turn out successful, it's like, nigga, what I was gonna do? I couldn't teach you how to be the man you is. So I played my part by not being around.
No, Michael Jackson suffered a whole lot. Despite he could still
is that suffering what is that necessary? You know what I'm saying? And I'm just asking the question.
Yeah, he could
long
still
as they
sing
get
and
what they
dance
want
without getting that switch off the tree. He was still singing and dancing. Seemed like it killed him eventually.
Intensity matters, though. I think so. I remember I was outside with my dad one time. It felt like I caught 1,000 fucking passes. And every time it dropped one, you got to start over and jump over this thing and do this and a third. Not in that way, right? Like my little brothers, they're around the same age. They used to, after they come home from practice, they'd be in the backyard hitting for another 30, 40 minutes with my dad getting busy, right? But one thing that we could do, we don't got no flinch when it comes to contact, just playing football. Training. People might consider it extreme. But around our little place, there wasn't that many people that was much better. But there was a specific goal to it. To Dr. G's point, I'm just considering that part of it. There's a channel for it. They're not just getting beat down with no channel.
And that's a whole different parenting style from today anyway.
Yeah.
Like if I look at how, even though it's not, there's just back-to-back generations, how my granddad did was way worse than what my dad did. And I thought my dad was mean as fuck. So I can only imagine what my granddaddy was doing with him. But you know what I'm saying? That's I gotta give credence to that. It's a whole different parenting style and a whole different a whole different society, really. You know what I'm saying? Just giving back then. Now, was this before or after? This was before Ali like really got big, Muhammad Ali. Because I'm trying to look at the time frame or whatever, right? Because the black and white pictures and everything. Where was he like really big at that time?
How?
No,
Hey
not yet.
Siri. How old is Bud Crawford?
He's got to be in his like 30s.
He's only
at this
37.
point.
He's
Yeah,
only
he's young.
37, Cali. So that was probably
Where the
80.
black and white pictures come from?
You know, people just the dramatization, right? When you make it black and white.
Okay.
With the born by the river.
And why you said that?
Yeah.
All I heard, I was born by the river. I was shaking it. My bad.
Yeah, so he was born in what, 86, I guess?
But I guess the mom would probably be about the same age as Ali then. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe
What was
that
the
was the
goal?
thing. Like
Younger.
that was a goal to
A little
be
younger.
achieved. Like
Probably like 60.
like the parents looked up to Ali and what he accomplished and everything like that, that militant and all that kind of stuff like that. So I can kind of see it.
No, he's after that though. He's 87.
I'm talking about the mom.
Kind of. No, I don't
parents.
know. He's so far after Ali though. He's right.
But that's what
that lady was mean as hell.
But I'm saying that's what the parents saw when they were coming up.
Ali.
That's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
I think she got it from her own parents. I think she learned that style, no love type of style from her own parents.
Well, yeah, I'm talking about as far as the goal that she had for her son.
I don't know if she had that goal. She didn't have that goal in mind that he was going to become a boxer. I don't think she was thinking of that.
Well, what it sounds like is his dad had an affinity for boxing. And so if she was dealing with his dad, I could see how the connect could be there.
They wasn't together though, huh?
Well, maybe. Okay.
I'm not sure. But it looked like he was involved, right? I'm sure he probably taken him to the gym if he's literally telling her that he's going to be a world champ. You know? Well, yeah, people.
They do look like they post slavery. Like they might not be free. Yeah. And that was probably the way that they needed to get to the future. Because they look like they live in the past.
No, I vetted that out. Only D-Town and O'Shea still not free. Everybody else good.
Wow.
So we good on that. I made sure I looked around the country, it's just them two.
Because I'm trying to see what the goal was. What the goal was to make the money.
So he didn't get beat up. No, she was trying to make him tough. And it's one of those. That's when we were listening. That initially what I said is like, was she trying to? There are
interesting one.
It's the boys don't cry, don't be no punk. If a man is not around consistently, like I don't want my son to get picked on. I don't want you to be no punk. I don't want you to get beat up on. So you got to toughen up, because if I don't toughen you up, it's the whole I'm gonna beat you so the world don't beat you.
That ain't that. That's
but
some other
people
shit.
believe that.
That's some other shit.
And I hear you.
You get caught stealing. Your parents beat your ass. That's them beating you, so that the world don't. You get punished, so you don't steal no more.
But
look, I ain't gonna never love you. You ain't never gonna be shit. You was a weak ass, bitch ass nigga. And still to this day, this man that won all these fights, and she still ain't never told him she love him or she proud.
We don't know about that, but we do know that there is a stigma to women that raise boys. They soft. Women that raise boys, they can't deal with nothing. They emotional. She may have just taken it to the extreme. I don't know. I don't know this lady.
Y'all don't make this many excuses for men that don't raise their kids.
Girl, I didn't say from jump he wasn't right.
A nigga
She wasn't right.
I'm just saying, a nigga don't show up, he just a deadbeat bitch ass nigga. Every time a mama is a piece of shit, she unhealed, she's broken, she's come on now.
Making excuses?
This lady just ain't shit. She ain't no fucking psychologist. She ain't got no fucking mental plan. She ain't. Look at her. This bitch ain't mentally equipped enough to think, I'm gonna treat my child bad and he's gonna become the greatest of all time. Get the fuck out of here.
No, but what I'm saying is that the intention behind the two, right? So Doughboy's mom and old boy's mom, this last dude's mom, they're saying the same words, right? But the vitriol is different.
Yeah, she seemed very intentional, right? In upon reflection. Well, go ahead, Callie.
Right. No, I mean you on the same freeway. We in the same lane. You know what I'm saying? It's there was no end goal at all for Doughboy's mom whatsoever. She was just cutting that nigga down, had no intention for him whatsoever. He was just a bitch ass nigga. Whereas this mom right here, she had a goal in mind, put him in the boxing and everything like that. From what I was reading or something like that, she was at every daggone boxing match that he was at. You know what I'm saying? It's like,
oh, she was at the matches. Okay.
Yeah, she wasn't just dissing that nigga just to diss him, cause she ain't like the nigga. But that's what the dope boy's mama did to him. She ain't like that
it's a
nigga.
difference. No, what you, and that's why I said I don't know the story and we need context, but you're adding additional context to it. Like Doughboy's mom was an asshole, and
So,
this lady,
okay.
from what they're showing right now, she seems like an asshole. But if they're legitimately saying, if Callie's saying she did it, but she also was going to the fight, she also was showing up, that's different. There are some women that if you don't love, you don't know how to love.
She loved them. Why she couldn't say I love you?
Because she might have never heard that shit. Like, we gotta realize some of our parents got raised some fucked up things.
This is Sherelle's point.
Nah, I'm not. Whatever, bro.
No,
good job.
I mean, because we could argue that absent fathers. I wouldn't argue this, but we could argue that absent fathers are absent because their father wasn't there. That they're bad dads because their dad was bad or absent. But typically, you don't hear that. You just hear deadbeat, absent, baby daddy.
We don't want to know about his psychological history. We don't want to know.
We
about
also don't say apples. What they say, the apple don't fall too far from the tree.
We don't want
that
no.
ain't what said. So if the father wasn't there
no.
and this father's not there, okay.
No.
But he was there.
I'm gonna pull at him. Everybody on
is
YouTube got their underwear. Y'all perfect.
Wait a second. Wait a
Good.
second. That's the problem, right? We can't do that because we hear something. Maybe we misheard it. Let Dr. G say what she's saying, right? And then respond to what she's saying. Dr. G, say it again.
So, and I'm speaking to your point, Hamp, that, you know, we give, or whoever said it, we give mother, maybe Sherelle, we give the mothers all type of excuses, right? When she's a bad mother, we make excuses for her. But rarely do you hear women argue the point that bad dads are bad because they had a bad dad, or they're, you know, bad husbands and they, you know, are violent because that's what they saw. You know what I mean? We don't take into account their psychological history or any of those things. We just discount them as being bad, violent, deadbeat most of the time, and we leave it there. So where's the balance in the argument? Is what I was saying.
We were exploring
the first story today was about Travis, and they said that the father had been in jail, and people were like, oh, well, the dad has been through some things.
We were exploring the
Typically,
mother.
that's not
I'm confused.
Right.
So
right, but somebody brought up the dad, and I'm just waging another. Yeah, somebody.
Travis's daddy or Bud's daddy? Oh, Bud's daddy.
Generally speaking, here's the reality and the sentiment.
Because the Bud's dad wanted him to, he encouraged him, right? You're gonna be this, you're gonna be that. So that's where the dad came in.
Yeah, and my point was, it's like we're trying to turn this lady into some fucking mastermind genius who was playing psychological battleship with her degree. She know everything to turn this man into the greatest thing when we could just call it what it is. She's a piece of shit who treated her fucking son like shit, and he made it in spite of her, and he should just move the fuck away from around her and not even let her toxicity continue to be in his life at all.
Okay. Go ahead, Jayla.
At least from what I've seen, I'll talk about what I've seen because I can't speak for all parents or whatever. There are parents who are tough on their children, but when their children have children, you see a totally different person. And I don't think that's just a coincidence. I think children, depending on the child that you get, may need different type of tactics compared to other children. Now, is it the right tactic? It varies depending on who you ask. But coaches use this tactic, the military uses this tactic to make successful people, whatever the industry may be. I'm not saying it's fucking right, but there are industries that use the same practice. They break down that person to build them up to be a successful whatever. I don't. Was Terrence a bad kid or something, or he just wanted to box that bad?
I might say he was outside, but he looked like he was boxing as a kid, so I would assume that his father made that choice for him. But Chris said that he got shot before. I don't know if that defines anything, but
Yeah, every kid isn't gonna respond well to just you pedestalizing them and complimenting them and softly correcting their behavior. Every kid is not going to respond to that. Some kids need tough love. There are kids that get put on scared straight programs to get corrective behavior, to show you this is your future. There are parents that put them in reform schools. There are parents that beat their children. There are parents that don't beat their children. There are parents that use timeout. Like, there's so many different tactics different parents use. I don't think she's a bad mom. She was... A lot of parents just do what their parents did to them. Even if they don't want to be like their parents, they end up using certain tactics that their parents use because that's all they know. There's no rule book. Especially when you raising a kid in those types of circumstances. There's no rule book. So she fed him, she clothed him, she raised them as good as possible.
If her mom beat and broke her down, if her mother, his grandmother, beat and broke her down, she'd be a good mom?
I wouldn't call her a bad mom.
Well, I guess the question is, sis, let me ask you, and anybody can answer. How do you know something is good or bad or successful? Do we generally base what's effective based on the results?
Yes.
And so oftentimes the results are what we lean on to say, okay, that made sense, that worked. So if we look at it, what she's saying, and he seemed like he seconded her sentiments, and now look at his life now. Was she bad for him?
Yeah, he's rich, but doesn't know what love is. He don't know what love is. And he's still saying, as an adult, she never told me she loved me. That impacted him greatly. Can't negate that.
Okay.
That was bad. It was bad parenting. She could have still did that, used tough love, and then said, I love you, right? Or something.
Yeah.
Or, that's what he wanted to hear.
Oh, you think she watched This Might Be Risky, sis?
She should now. She could say that.
I love you, right? She might use my shit. If you catch her using it, let me know, sis. Go ahead, Jalen.
Right. I don't know. Bad parenting is subjective. Some people say whooping your kids is bad. Coddling your kids is bad. It depends on the person. Regardless, it worked for him. Does he have some problems because of it? Yes, we all got issues. We all got quirks. We all got trauma. We all been through bad shit with our parents. No parent is perfect. So
So you're not seeing it as extreme, Jalen?
Huh?
You're not seeing it as extreme.
I'm looking at the full scope of the picture that both him and his mom painted. It's not like they were in the suburbs. It's not like she had money. It's not like they had a comfortable living. They didn't have a comfortable living situation. Doesn't seem like she had a high education herself. What are we expecting?
You know what worked for him? His abilities, his skills, his genetics, the coaches, the gym that was available. That's what worked for him.
Do parents always get it right?
You know what I'm saying? That's what worked for him. He had the ability and he could do it. He could do it. Everybody can't do that, you know? And there were 5 other kids in the home from what I just read. So who knows what they would say about their mom.
So that takes me back to the earlier question I asked. Is this something that is more known from being raised in the hood? Like, are there no children who come from outside of the hood who face similar circumstances? Is this a result of being, downtrodden and impoverished and those sorts of things only?
No, not this. Go ahead, Alexis.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just answering the question. No, because there are, it's a practice in different communities, and I think the background does matter. Like some rich parents, if their parents had to put in the work and came from the bottom, you'll see them do their kids like that. Like, oh, I'm not just gonna give you the money. You're gonna have to work your way up in the company. You're gonna have to I wouldn't just attribute it to that, but the environment does.
Because I keep hearing,
the environment plays a factor.
They didn't have this and they didn't have that. I guess what I'm asking of the other side, are there any parents from the hood who are loving on their children?
Yeah,
right.
there are.
Yeah, there are definitely
who are not,
who love their kids, who break generational curses and get their kids the right way by supporting them and loving them through their journeys.
I know parents that put soap in kids' mouths and made them kneel on rice. I mean, I'm not saying it's just impoverished kids. I'm just, the way they explain their story, of course that environment, she thought that type of parenting technique was needed. I'm not going to call her a bad mom because she made that decision. Every parent is different.
But he also had a dad in the home who did the opposite. His dad was the one giving that affirmation to him. So, I mean, I guess maybe because mom was going to be, if dad was doing that other side that usually the mom does, I guess she could have thought like, oh, well, let me tell him. But
yeah, no, you have, yeah. I've seen competitive, if you guys get a chance to watch this, Family, they're a bunch of wrestlers. I forget the name of the movie, but they were like,
Iron Claw?
Huh?
Iron Claw or Iron?
Might be Iron Claw, but it was like fake wrestling.
3 brothers, right?
Yeah,
Yep.
5 brothers. Yeah,
You talking about the WWE?
but they were.
It was the WWF.
Well, they all wrestle. They all wrestle. Iron Claw is the name of the movie.
Mm-hmm.
And when the sons were dying, killing themselves, the dad's just like, just his time. God don't make me, he just kept pushing on. The next son, then the next son, then the next son. And he was super hard on them. And whomever was the best, he would prop up, even above the older son. The older son's actually the only one still living, But he had this similar mentality. Be great at this, do it well. Broken leg, no foot, didn't matter. Yeah, Von Erichs. Yep. If y'all should watch that movie, it's great.
I'm gonna have to watch it
The
now.
Von Erichs. That's
great.
what it is. The Von Erichs. Yes.
It's a great movie. Great movie.
I remember them.
Yeah,
I do.
Somebody with WCW, but watch the Von Erich. That shit was amazing, man.
That's
when click on something and watch it.
Everybody watched WWF.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's the name of the move, the Iron Claw.
Yeah, I just was watching it one day. That's probably the best movie, one of the better movies I've seen in the last few years. But so okay, I need a 20-second synopsis on the on this mom here. Go ahead, Alexis.
Hey, and can I pass?
Why this be so hard for y'all? We just talked about it.
Nah, because I have I don't want to say, because I don't want to come across like I'm one of those that's like, oh, because if you're a bad mom, you're a bad mom. But I'm really looking at, I think she was just doing it because she didn't want him to be a punk. She probably did want him to be a fire. And the fact that the dad was given the part that usually is from the mom, Yeah, that's just my thing, my thought on it. Good cop, bad cop in the house, and she was the bad cop. That's my synopsis.
Okay, Sherelle.
She's a bad mom, terrible mom. Children make it in spite of their bad parents all the time. Your child could turn that aggression into beating everybody up, or he could go jump off a cliff because the one person in the world that's supposed to love him don't. He could get on drugs. He could go the wrong way and start stealing, robbing, join gangs, because that's what the majority of underloved children do. So no, she's a bad mom, and I'm gonna call it how it is, because we ain't gonna never fix shit if we can't even call it. We'll figure out some understanding after we call it what it is, but we gotta diagnose it first. And she's shitty. She a piece of shit.
Tiff.
She wasn't a good mother. She did not. There never should be a time where an adult child can't acknowledge that you at one point celebrated their successes. He in spite of, he's achieved, but that's just, to me, it's inappropriate. You saw me ready to box you out over my baby.
Well, remember, he can't box, so I would recommend
Sir.
I would recommend you go ahead and walk that off. Sis.
Yeah, she could at least told him she loved him. Whether or not it was a tactic or not of some sort, I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, she needs some help.
Callie.
Effective mom.
Okay. Dr. G.
That's interesting, Callie, because saying she's effective doesn't necessarily mean she's a good mother.
Dr. G.
So that's a good dichotomy there that you just drew.
Dr. G, what you think?
So I think that she has poor parenting skills, right? She doesn't demonstrate love for him. And as a matter of fact, as she was talking about it, it's almost a boastful kind of thing. No, I did this and I did that, right? As if she's bragging, right? Now the outcome is I don't think of any consequence of her. I think it was because he has somebody in his life that actually did love him and encourage him, which was the dad. But I do think that she is not a good parent, ineffective parent.
Jalen.
This is a synopsis, right? Oh, sorry. I don't know. When you see greatness in a kid, some parents feel like they need to use extreme measures to make their children successful.
What do you think about her?
What I think about her? She worked with what she knew.
Okay. So what do you think about her?
She's not bad.
Not bad. Interesting. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. MC Heavy Tips with the $2 says, encouraging kids to fight your son is nasty work. As Abe with the $5 says, what about when men make their kid train? Dion kicked his son out of practice in front of millions. MC Heavy Tips with the $2 says, that's a gamble. He could have ended up being a killer. Hakeem, salute, been a member for 5. God bless everyone on the panel in the chat. Let's get this joint to 100,000 subscribers in 2025. That's a fact, good brother. We are on the way. Twan G with the $2 says, it's called Extreme Methods to the Madness. Aaron with the $2 says, Hamp, sis gonna have Chug rough as hell. As Abe with the $10 says, many successful people say they are now glad their parent beat them or glad they made them run in the heat or cold or get up at 3 a.m. to practice. Aaron with the $2 says, by Dr. G question, deadbeat dads are trying to help.
That's what I said.
As Abe with the $5 says, because men say they are different than women, why do they want the same grace? woe is good? What is good? Jalen, great point. Whom the Lord liveth, he casteth. Aaron with the $2 says, paying kids to fight your son is good parenting. Planet Fitness with the $5 says, in our communities, mom can do no wrong. When she does, there has to be a reason. A lot of men have mommy issues, but so do a lot of women. Homeboy with the $5 says, I think Bud and MJ's talent given from the Most High rose above the beatings. Yeah, Nas with the $5 says, mom was a catalyst, but the dad was involved, apparently, in him being a boxer. Terence is God gifted. He made it in spite of. Ashay with the $5 says, your parents can't give you what they don't have or never receive. Hakeem, salute my G.
Shit like that.
But the 100 ball says, here's a little something for your shoulder, OG. I appreciate you. Do me a favor and play Lean Back by Fat Joe when you get both arms functioning properly for the one time. I got you. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most, man. I appreciate you for the love and consistent support, man. Salute. Let me play this one. Which one?
And when I'm feeling broke, E and J by my side, Henny like $40. This shit like
Salute. All right. Now, this one. Cali right here.
Not Tokyo, Toni.
You need to be straight. You need a therapist. You know what you need? A therapist. Put that down. Don't blow that smoke in my face. Be a real one for 1 minute. Why? It's you. Okay, what might it's you? It's fucking you. Really? It's you. Okay, come back again. Fucking you. You're the problem. Get in my face. Nobody took care of your ass but me. I'm ready to get the fuck ASAP after this shit.
5 days.
You put your hand in my face again, girl.
5 days.
You're going to stretch your ass across this motherfucking kitchen. You better keep your motherfucking hands on my face.
5 days.
Don't touch me no more. You do it again, I'm going to rock your world in this motherfucker.
So rock it.
Don't do that. Keep playing with me.
All right, bye.
Do it again, bitch. I'm going to fuck you up.
Get out my house.
Bye, bitch.
Bye.
I'm gone. I hate you. Both the ass, bitch. The fuck? Get me the fuck out of here.
What you think about Tokyo Toni, man?
Pot meet kettle.
But what comes
But
first?
that's her child.
If that's her mommy.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, pot meet kettle. I'm talking about the mama.
Oh. What y'all think, man? All speak at once. Break it down.
Another trash one. Tokyo Toni is probably the worst of the worst that they can get.
She's trash.
I agree.
She's the worst of the worst.
Yeah.
You can see like old girl was trying to step up, but if you're an adult like that and still have fear, because if you look at the response, it's still when she told her to get her hand down, like she kept it up. But no, that woman probably been beating that girl her entire life.
She told her, I don't care if I sold your body for money. I'm still your mama.
Damn.
She said that to her?
Yeah.
Yeah, she's terrible.
So
is this an example of an ends to a means? You know, she saw a bigger picture and you know was trying to push her to
and when you see since she goes by Angela now, when you see her like deal with her daughter and how she talks to her, she gives them a lot of space to be able to like express themselves. So it seems like to me she's kind of breaking that cycle, but that's I'm sorry. That's just not okay. We have to realize a lot of our parents still have some of that slave mentality. I'm gonna beat you so they don't beat you. Like, how many people told their kids that? Like, I'm gonna beat you so the police don't. Like, it was one of those things. I beat you because I love you.
Nah, that wasn't China Mama. She wasn't beating her or nothing like that, so the streets don't get her. Nah, she was just an overall asshole to her kid. If it's that easy for you to call your child a bitch, then hey, what we're really doing? She just an asshole.
It's nuts.
Then
there was no means to an ends, and none of that shit like that. She was Doughboy's mama.
And that girl let self-esteem up. She was stripping young and niggas for money, changed her whole body, insecure as fuck, lost, on drugs. That's what the girl is, Angela, now, because she was on drugs. Her mama was psychologically picking her up till she was a child. And if that's what she would do in front of camera, imagine what she would do behind one.
And that's one of the moms that I think was it Dr. Umar? You said Dr. Umar and Corey Holcomb, when they talk about the moms trying to make it about them, and they be trying to write it off the children's success or what seems like success, and but she's on camera because of her daughter. She's on camera. They know who she is because of her daughter. So, yeah.
And she'll tell you, I deserve this. I'm the mama. She should be giving me her money. She should be taking care of me. I'm the mother.
She's jealous. Jealousy, I could see. A lot of people from that area tend to act like that. I ain't gonna lie. Just have that envious spirit, jealousy. Don't want to see you
win. What
win.
area? From which area?
DC, Baltimore area.
Oh, that's where she's from?
Yeah, the ones I know tend to have that spirit. Like, I don't know where it comes from, but I've always thought and said that. That's what it looked like.
Yeah.
So this one is easy.
Mm-hmm.
Seems like the Terrence one we had to mind out a little bit, but I think Sis' point probably resonates with me the most. She's still in competition with her daughter.
Mm-hmm.
And then Sherelle said if she was already doing things that are seemingly unbecoming at a young age, that probably shows the support system, or better yet, the lack thereof.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Let me see. Let me show y'all this one. This is tough work. Y'all doing a pretty good job.
Oh Lord, not Clarissa. Not Clarissa.
You want to try to chase your dreams in Hollywood? That's me coming into the situation, trying to help my family, my mother and my sister. When I said, here, take this money, you and her go get a room.
Take this money, you threw it on the floor. I would never pick up money off the floor from anyone.
You got so much pride. Why didn't you take your own money?
I'm a woman. I'm not ever picking up $1 off the floor.
So being a woman, you're a woman, right?
I'm never picking up $1 off the floor. Do you see me?
Are you a woman?
Do you see me?
Are you a woman?
I know you know me.
Are you a woman?
I'm not picking up no $1 off no floor. So when you threw it, you knew what time it was.
You gotta stand on that though. You can't say I'm a woman and then go out like a kid.
I called it getting to the respect, letting you know that wasn't the way that was gonna happen.
Okay, so you should have been a woman.
So that's what you felt like that was to control your career?
I'm gonna be a woman, exclude me and my daughters with my own money. We're gonna go get a room.
I'm gonna use your damn money. What you mean? I'm gonna use your money. I'm not gonna fly all the way from Ohio, bring your sister down here and use my money, and you said you was doing something. That's not how that works.
You try to take over, like you try to dictate. You guys get here, and you guys just do the mom and sister thing. That situation, y'all just got a problem with the ladies. I do, but I could never be like the way you are. You have a husband, you have a boyfriend. You know what I do? Hey, nice to meet you. Y'all have fun, dude. I turn my back. I'm not trying to be all up in the mix. Like, what are you doing? My mom over there. Oh, she was just with him the other day. Why you with him? Like,
don't make it
childish. That's how it is. That's how it is. That's how you do it.
I was having a conversation with you.
Everything that you got going wrong with you is because of you.
Hey.
Not because of me, not because of her, because of you. It all comes 360. I don't know why you think you just exempt and you just special and you're very special. Don't get it. Let's tell you my mom and everything, but I'm saying
You just said you ain't got no remorse, so you don't care.
Nah, that's in like that.
I'm leaving here with that. Like,
I'm saying, like, I feel like I'm more mature than you.
If you were more mature than me, we wouldn't be here right now.
Love you to death. Love your daughter, my sister.
Why you keep calling her my daughter?
Because she's your daughter. She's gonna go crazy for you, and you're not the best person to go crazy for just because you're not. Like, if you had an army, you'll be a terrible army leader because you would just lead your soldiers into just bullshit every time. You're my mother. I love you, mother, but just not my type of woman, I guess. Just not my type of lady.
At this point, you're not my type of son.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, we're not on the same page at all. I'll see you when I see you.
Enjoy your day.
Hit me when you hit me.
Enjoy your day.
I love you.
I just
All
sit
right.
here smoking cigar.
That lady got a BBL. No, Nets, bad, horrible. No.
It's not even about her BBL. Where you finding these bitches at?
He ruffled her spirit when he told her that everything that's wrong with you is because of you. Did you see how she got the twisting and turning and she couldn't? It was like that
But
right
what
there
type
triggered.
of son says you're not the type of woman that I want unless she done made this her son husband? The hell's going on?
The type of son that make his girlfriends beat his mama and his sister.
You know what? Nope.
Because they definitely didn't want to leave that house, and he definitely got all them girls that be in that house that beat the fuck out of him, and she was crying, beat up on the internet, and they put her out. Now you ain't got nowhere to go. Sleep outside. Yeah.
Why she had a tight ass outfit on? Did you see that? Like, what?
She got a podcast now.
She has
wants
a
to be
fantastic body. She looks good. She's very pretty. But what are we doing?
She was a groupie back in the day.
I don't think
be
we
on
care.
the
We don't care how
calling
she
the
looks.
boy children slow.
Terrible.
Making fun of how the boy children look.
She made fun of who? Because her kids.
immature.
Don't she have the 3, right?
Blue-faced little baby may have like some type of disformity, and she be making fun of that.
Oh no!
Like she'll cross her eyes and look.
But she's married.
Then say I look like my grandson.
Sugar mama, mind the damn business.
She treats him like that's her man. That's what
But
I
she's
got.
married.
Tiff, it's a complex that some mothers have. They treat their sons as if that's their man. That's a complex.
Jalen, you took the words right out of my mouth. That is the
Oedipus?
result of treating your child on the same level as you.
Do they have an Oedipus thing?
That's when the son loves the mom. They're not saying that. They're saying they call them husbands when a mom makes the son her husband.
No, the Oedipus
If
killed his
the
father.
boy is in love with the mom, it's an Oedipus. So like baby boy in Jody.
Well, it's his son.
No, he don't like her.
Yeah.
The mom is.
He don't look like he don't like women in general because of her.
Oh, Q Butter, I'm so sorry.
Yeah, me too. My
I'm
condolences.
so sorry.
Condolences.
Shout out, Q Butter.
Condolences.
God bless his dad, Cuzzo.
Yeah, I'm so sorry.
Thanks, Sharon.
Happy birthday, Dr. G.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Sharon with the $5. What's popping? Sharon says, "Happy birthday, Dr. G."
Thank you.
Birthday.
Thank you.
Dr. G, how old you turn? How many times you turned 21 so far?
Okay, you better tell him. I'm very proud to be 52 today.
Hey, man. How is it up there?
It's wonderful from this view. Wonderful.
Hey, you could jump rope like a motherfucker though.
Dr. G,
Dr.
your
G,
shoulders
man.
look really healthy, and you do jump rope a lot. So that 52 don't kind of looking different than that 39. Just saying.
Shots fired.
I'm active.
Thank you.
You know.
Yeah, you know what? I'm not diving on football fields trying to tackle people in flag football either. So, yeah.
Flag football, diving on people. And boxing every day with 3 separated tears. But you know, hey,
She's called being tough. Hey, Q Butter, man, that's a hard thing, B. You know, it's simply the maturation of life. We don't need to know how it happened. We just need to know that happen in you, right? And those things are hurtful. We got to do our best to push through them. So I got an inbox that's generally always open. I even got an AI thing who be answering for me. So you'll definitely get an answer, and then I'll follow up. So I just wanted to say that we love you. We feel for you. Hold your head. You hurt?
Yes. Condolences, bro.
Especially during the holidays. We'll be praying for you.
Damn, man.
Or excuse me, the fake holidays.
Nah, Hanukkah's coming up.
Okay. Yeah, that part.
Damn. So let me see. All right, let me see. All right, I got how many?
Are we gonna do horrible fathers next week?
Yeah, if we do an all men show.
Wow.
Oh, I read it. Okay. All right. So let me show y'all this one. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend and tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
To our first apartment. No bed, no furniture, and we just all sat in the living room and just hugged each other. Because that's what we thought we made it. And when something good happens to you, I don't know about you guys, but I tend to look back to what brought me here. And you wake me up in the middle of the night in the summer times, making me run up a hill, making me do push-ups, screaming at me from the sideline of my games at 8 or 9 years old. We wasn't supposed to be here. You made us believe, kept us off the street, put clothes on our backs, food on the table. When you didn't eat, you made sure we ate. You went to sleep hungry. You sacrificed for us. You the real MVP.
So I think about Kevin Durant, mom.
My mother-in-law is a wonderful mother. She did everything that she could do for that boy, pushed him to be greatness, loved him, and he loved his mom, and they have a wonderful relationship.
Do you think that do they come from, lower circumstances, so to speak? She's the other 5 out of the 5 out of 10?
Yes. The mothers who say, I'm going to put some love where the hate at. I'm gonna break these generational curses. I'm going to make sure that my children have better than what I have. I'm going to bust my ass to do whatever I got to do to make sure that they have a better trajectory than me. Because it's about pushing the generation forward. And she did it with love. And that is a great man, okay? Period, okay? Period.
So what do you guys think? What do you think about this one?
That was a good mom.
Okay.
Wait, what did Kelly say? I was talking to at the same time. What did you say, Kelly?
I said that was the easy one to call. Good mom.
Yeah. I would say, doesn't she represent what the other mothers could have been as well? Just based on what he said, that, where they're coming from, their humble beginnings, impoverished, all the things, right? And so something about her was so drastically different. She still got the result. She didn't beat it into him. I mean, I'm sure she was a disciplinarian, don't get me wrong. But you know what I'm saying? She didn't take the approach of the other mothers.
And he'll never really get caught up in those scandals. He ain't got a bunch of baby mamas and all this extra shit.
He's not broke. He's still, he's not financially distraught like a lot of the players end up.
He made some stupid choices with the teams he decided to switch to, but I still love him. That's still my man. And he shouldn't have played that damn finals game. It's fucked up his age. You know what? But that's still my man and I love him. And he need to cut his hair, but I love him.
That's my
We'll
man.
get some Rogaine, huh?
And I'm
Please cut the hair. He has
This
always had
That's
such a
majority.
good line up.
Where does her mothering lie? I don't give a damn about his haircut.
Not too much.
Seems to be top notch. She was there. She was loving. She sacrificed. And she poured into him on the other side. He said he had to get up 1 in the morning, running up hills and doing that kind of stuff. Right. So kind of in the vein of trying to train him to be where he's going, but not without the love part. Not without the love.
What you think, Lex, Jalen, Sis? I think Callie already said something.
I think to give a little credence to Sherelle's point, that 50-50, growing up in that certain environment, and she was just one of the ones that went the other way, but that takes a lot of courage on her end to do that, and a lot of courage on his end to be able to take what she was given and actually come out with some results. So, but yeah, that story is not uncommon.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And you could tell by his character that she was a good mom. You know what I'm saying? Like, we know by your fruit.
Yeah, he said it. That's what matters, is what he feels.
Even with him not having no visible tattoos, that's all his mama. She told him, don't get no tattoos on your arms, your face, nothing. You never know what you got to do to be professional. But he got tattoos all over his body if he take off his shirt. He listened to his mama. He respect her because she was a real one, period.
Jalen?
To me, she's a representation of most Black moms, honestly. The way he speaks about her. But like I said, her tactics can also be subjectively bad depending on who you ask. Some people be like, why are you waking up your kid at 1 a.m. to run on hills and
You
shit?
keep saying some. I can't get a lot out of it. Do you think the majority of people are going to say, based on how he spoke about his mom, those tactics were poor? Based upon how he comports himself, her tactics were poor. How do you think people are going to surmise it?
So it would be a minority, but when we go back to the beginning of this, we're talking about Travis Hunter's mom. A minority of people talked about how her statement of him being a mistake was a problem. So like I said, it's still subjective.
Well, those situations are similar.
The tactics of how I would say the perspectives are similar because her perspective of him being a mistake, and then the perspective of her having her son wake up at 1 a.m. running on a hill, they both can be seen as bad.
But if her son's goal is to be an athlete, what would people say about him running hills early?
Some people would say that's a bad parent. You don't like to some minority.
Well, because some has no substance.
Minority.
So what is that? So what does that mean exactly? Like, what do we? Who would say that though?
I was confused by who would say what Travis Hunter's mom was a problem. It's subjective.
Okay, because when I was hearing, they said he was a mistake. But if she's saying she's waking him up early to do a thing because he wants to be great in a sport, you think people would be like, that's bad?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I can see that. I can see a minority of people who are just looking to be contrarian or unfair, to be like, that's extra'd out. Why would you wake a child up at 1 o'clock in the morning to go do some drills or something like that? Why you can't wake them up at 10 o'clock if it's on the weekend or something like that? So I understand what Jalen is saying. To the people, she's speaking to the people who are willing to not see the good, but are wanting to nitpick every damn thing. They can make that argument.
But then was Hemp that bad for making him practice after practice?
Right.
Well, no, he's a man, so it's okay.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Some people wouldn't think it was bad because it was the mom.
Dads can do it. Moms is fucked up.
Yep. That's how some of them think.
Honestly, I think if all of these women were flipped to be dads, it'd be a different perspective, different opinion for some people.
Cause like even with the old boy, the boxer, remember that movie Fences? And his son was like, "Why you never love me?" He was like, I do right by you. I don't gotta love you. I ain't gotta like you. I ain't gotta do shit. I pay bills and you live in my house.
You ate today, motherfucker.
Yeah, I guess seemingly it's unexpected for a mom to not be doing the nurturing, I guess, right?
Mm-hmm.
So when we look at what's her name's mom, we're like, how dare she? But if a father was doing it, it would be surmised as tough love.
Yep. It would be easier to digest.
It'd be more palatable, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Abuse from men is more palatable because people understand that men are tough lovers.
What do you mean abuse from men?
Like a lot of that stuff would be abuse regardless. Like abusing your kids or, not telling them you love them, telling them you ain't gonna never be shit. That a lot of the stuff she did was like really abusive. But if it was coming from a man, it would be looking as tough love because men are not necessarily the nurturers. And they're the ones that, people would garner tough love from.
Yeah.
Like, I'm just trying to make them strong. That's what a man would say. But when a woman is trying to do that, it looks like that's not your job.
But if it's his,
that's weird.
But if it's his job to characterize it as abusive is a fallacy.
No,
you're saying that's
because
his job.
I think that men do overboard, like what Joe Jackson did. Some men go overboard, and it's abuse.
Do men go overboard though?
Huh?
You said some. We can't get much out of that. Do men go overboard?
Yeah.
The majority of men?
Minority. But a lot of minority, like 40, 60.
And you're deeming overboard Joe Jackson.
Yeah.
Okay. Waking the boy up at 3 a.m, 4 a.m, is that overboard?
No. Not when, especially not when they're like an athlete, because, most athletes, they need like to be greater than the average person, because you're going to be going up against other elite individuals. So that's just a different spill. But it's like 9 times out of 10, your daddy don't hug you and kiss you and tell you I love you. That's not what men do. Like, you don't ever really see men cuddling with their son, oh, I love you. Children ain't trying to sleep in the bed with their daddy like that. They be the first ones trying to get the kids out the bed. Let the niggas go in his room. But with their mom, they be in their mama bed at 20 years old.
Yeah. I would
argue. You didn't see last week when Hemp had the baby, Big Chug was asleep, and he was rocking back and forth the day before his surgery?
Hemp, your daddy be hugging and kissing you when you see him?
Oh, Lord.
No, that wouldn't have been the norm. Kiss? No, hell no.
You'll never kiss your daddy?
No, hell no.
When Chug fall down, Hemp just tell him you right. When Rock fall down, he pick her up. Oh, that baby. You give her 2 suckers, or everybody else get 1.
That's my Rock. But yeah, I think the minority of men go overboard, right? And we can't even make that argument, especially since if we looking at involvement rates that we argue so much. So since we argue if men are even involved, how can the majority then go overboard?
No, the black ones. White men are involved.
They do that too. There's a lot, especially here in Texas.
White men do that shit the most. Be
to their
son, you're a piece of shit. You didn't make starting line. Your grades are shit. You gotta get into Harvard. White parents be so hard on their sons because they have an actual legacy that they're expecting that motherfucker to live up to.
Yeah, no.
Joe Jackson, black people, we be wanting our kids to be better than us. We really don't be having shit. So if they could do anything and be better than us 9 times out of 10, you know what I'm saying? But with white people, it's like, boy, look, we got a law firm. You need to get good grades. This is Bruno and Sons. You're going to be a lawyer. Asians too. Asian dads? Have y'all grew up with them Asian kids? Y'all had Asian friends? Had them fucking children doing homework full year round.
But Joe, let me just say this. Joe is not the norm. Joe Jackson is extreme as hell. Very. In terms of how they depicted him in that movie. Yeah, you know.
But I mean, his children ain't nobody, you know, we ain't never seen nothing better than that family. So he had to be the most extreme, I guess.
And remember when he had them practicing? Do you know why they were practicing at those times?
Why?
Because it was before school and after he got off of work. See, people don't even you know what I mean? The dynamic was you have an opportunity now. I'm home from working, you know, niggas work however many hours back then, and then they got to go to school. So when you going to practice?
Maddie Marsh Clark was a beast. If you go and watch
the Clark sisters.
Maddie was no jokes. That Kojic too. Shush.
And then that's the thing,
that's
right?
Because I was thinking about Durant's mom too. Maybe that was the time that she had, you know, after work, before school. So
or you got the Williams sisters, right? That's the time you allotted, you know.
Yeah, but then it's the thing. Men have this to lean on. Their mama gonna love them. I'm gonna beat your ass, and she gonna go over there and kiss your bobos, put patches on for you. She gonna love you. So I could play good guy, bad cop, because I'll be the bad cop, and I got the good cop in there. Your mama, go get the hugs and kisses from her.
Yeah.
But that's what the balance should be. Whether it be the mom or the dad, it doesn't really matter. But there should be that balance that oftentimes, or at least in single parent households, is missing. You know.
Yeah.
Well, we got to say, Matthew Knowles had them girls running in heels, and they was what, 6, 7. They've always. I think it at some point, some parents see the potential in their children, and they do what needs to be done to kind of push them forward.
Yeah,
do you
Beyonce
think
is
the
great now,
majority or the minority of parents go? Do you think the majority of the okay? And so look at what we're citing though. We're citing things that people deem extreme, but the kids are successful. So are we mischaracterizing these things?
It's
should these yeah. But should these examples be more normalized because you're looking at the results? Or is the juice not worth the squeeze? Or is the means, does the end always justify the means?
No, because look at the results. Like, we could talk about Michael Jackson overdose with all those millions and all that success. He was still so depressed. He didn't look like himself by the time he died, and he overdosed because he was that high. This girl, Black China, she's been high for years. She spent her entire 20s on coked up.
Okay,
trying to get through the life and the trauma. This little dude, the little fighter dude, he looked like he want to bust out of tears every time he think about his mama.
Well, but
and Beyonce don't even talk to her daddy no more.
But you have to use him speculatively to make the point. But you have a whole bunch of people that are successful. You got niggas killing themselves with no money, with no drive, with no aspiration, with no job.
But the majority of people who are successful didn't actually come from hard times.
But that's what I'm saying. But I'm saying Mike comes from what he come from, and he overdosed. Did Robin Williams? Did Junior Seau? Huh? But that's what I'm saying. Like, is that the defining factor? Is Janet wilding?
She had her moments.
And and that's the thing. Your life is being recorded 365 days a year, you gonna have a moment. Especially your last name Jackson.
Mm-hmm. They all had moments, honestly.
So I don't know, man. It's just it's interesting. But Durant's mom, she's the other 50%, or is that the majority?
She's the majority of overall, but she's 50% in the hood.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I mean?
Yeah.
Like black moms. If it's not them bottom feeder black moms, or like, don't get me wrong, it's like 3 out of 10 of them that come from good, well off, they could still be messed up moms too, depending on just what it at or whatever. But man, people be loving their kids, bro. People be sacrificing, going to work, doing whatever they gotta do for their kids. You listen to them little boys, Castanet, the Phantom, all of them. They sit on the streams and talk about thanking their mom, how much their mom sacrificed to get them where they at.
But Katie's mom has been in it a little bit longer, so she knows how to carry herself to some extent. But Katie's mom, she be in the pictures. She be she'll let you know she there, like, for sure. So I mean,
that's what he'd be looking for when he win, though. He'd be looking for her.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, like with Travis, because we started with Travis Hunter and talk about, you know, his mom trying to take away a moment that he was having, and that's what I was saying earlier, pointing to the fact that there are moms that people look at and be like, oh, she trying to, and some would say KD's mom is one of them. So
Yeah, I mean, she got in an argument with a player while the game was going on.
But the problem is why black men are giving the black women such a hard time. Like y'all, like black men tend to show their disloyalty so much. Like you need to have a conversation with your boys, well, your people about that. They're just so disloyal, so disrespectful, so just ready to go for the other team. Like just something's not right.
What do you mean?
It's like so ready just to highlight Travis Hunter mom like that and just throw her under the bus and like call her kind of bitches and hoes, just be so disrespectful and disloyal. I don't understand why black men are not loyal to their own race of women.
We mean like not like marriage, right?
All of the above.
Well, marriage, it's over 80%.
It just doesn't sound like it. It doesn't sound like. But then again, there's only a small minority of men that are actually married, right?
Yeah. Well.
So, but it's like
33%. So I guess yeah.
So I don't know. It just be so quick to just be like, I don't know.
You know what's funny, sis, is that I get up here and I talk about my childhood and stuff like that, right? And I have a lot to say about my dad. It infuriates people when I speak of my dad, but if he had just switched it and I was talking about my mom, nobody would have shit to say.
Who says something about your dad?
Oh no, I go back and I watch live streams and I read comments. So yeah, people be mad when I talk about people be mad about what I'm saying, how my dad was fucked up in X, Y, or Z area, right? But if I was saying that same shit and I was talking about my mom, they'd be like, yeah, because and they they'd be agreeing with me, or they wouldn't have shit to say at all.
Yeah, 100% believe that. I can see that. 1,000%.
Or they'll automatically assume because I act the way that I act, that it's because of my mother. It's like, no, my mother floats when she walks, never raised her voice, She, you know what I'm saying? When she speaks, when she's fussing at you, it's like somebody's throwing cotton balls at your chest and not punching you in the chest. You know what I'm saying? Like my mom is hella soft, hella feminine, all of that kind of stuff like that, right? But they would automatically assume that it's that it's because of my mom. No, you're looking at my father right here.
Do you think that the disloyalty started with black men?
That's just what I see. I don't know where it started. I know where it is. Where'd you go? See, being disloyal. Come back.
Do we look at the leader versus the? I mean, I was asking him, like,
that's what I'm saying.
I think you just got
you blame the leader for the results of the company failing, or you blame the employee?
I don't know if the who's the leader thing works, because you would probably argue that we've been under matriarchal leadership for some time. So I don't even want to point it out.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Our community itself, I think it's been led largely by women.
But how does that work when we live inside a patriarchy? How does when the larger society is a patriarchy, we're not independent of the larger society, so how does that work?
Yeah. Within a community, our community is a matriarch. But you're saying the country is a patriarch?
Absolutely.
That's fair.
So if the community is a matriarch, but the larger society is patriarchal, then does the matriarch have any power really? Only in the community is what you're saying.
Well, yes, because the community is within itself and the women are leading the community specifically. And if the patriarch that is leading allows the women in that community to lead that community, and they give them leverage over the men in that community specifically to lead it, then it's a tactic. So do you believe in buck breaking?
Yes.
Do you believe that happened?
Yeah, I can believe that happened.
And so what would be different if you do infest the community with drugs, different sentiments, programs, war, you take away the jobs, industrial jobs that black men thrived in, because the majority of black men now still work blue collar. So now you move to factories and things of that nature, right? Because our women have always worked. So that wasn't the issue. The issue is what we could do to have leverage. So when we add those together, along with, like Callie said before, a lot of niggas maybe just left.
So if that's the case, then what is if that's the case, then what is the argument or the vitriol toward the single mother when we've accepted that the matriarch is the community? That don't make any sense.
It doesn't. It's not working, right? So we're still at the bottom on every list, right? So how our community operating isn't great, right? Because we're not successful.
Right. So the answer has,
but that's because the leader is not in place, and then it's a circular kind of thing, though, right? Okay.
But that's how I agree, right? The leader's not in place.
Right.
To our earlier discourse, right, is that we're in a matriarchy, but I'm not even trying to blame the leader.
No, I'm not either. I was really speaking to the question you asked sis about, and I'm really proposing questions. So
no, that's good back and forth.
Yeah.
What are you saying, sis?
So, but if all that's the case, then how do you? So where do you guys get off? Guys, meaning black men, get off pointing a finger and being so judgmental and so disrespectful and disloyal by bragging about other races of women and making so many comparisons to other races of women, but
like
then
what?
when it turn around,
Like what?
You mean like what?
What comparison?
Who are we being compared to? I'm assuming other culture, other races.
Are you saying like when they say get a passport?
Yeah, that's one example.
Do you think there's differences in our community, sis, as opposed to others? Like, are
Yeah,
black men trusted to lead? You think?
trusted to lead,
Yeah.
or have they've shown they will and can and want to.
Well, what I'm asking is, are black men trusted to lead? Like, just generally, is that a general sentiment?
By
Are they
whom?
trusted? No,
Black women.
not probably not the majority.
Mm. And then when there's a comparison in different communities, so when they're saying, "Hey, go to different places," you get a different result based on her modus operandi. Um, the men in those communities are often have that mantle, and they're trusted to do a thing. They already have that order in place. But if our order is different because we're not trusted, what are the outcomes?
Well, are they leaders? Are they leading their own communities and their women and their children?
I mean, you often hear a comparison like to the Middle East as an example. Now, there's one point that I flushed out with that is they all submit to their religion, and their religion has their order and hierarchy. You know, but with us, it's like a free for all. And because women have been leading our
There's no
community,
leader. So how come there's not the same amount of criticism towards men to men if there's no leader? And those other cultures have leaders or something to follow.
I mean, I just wonder just about the first part though. Before I answer that question, the disloyalty part. Are you saying it doesn't matter when it started?
Well, why you
Well, let me ask you a question, too.
Yeah.
Let me ask you a question. When the men make the argument about like Ricky Lake and all that stuff, about being bashed in the media for so long, about how black men aren't this and that, and now that we have YouTube and the internet, you hear black men being able to fire back, not qualifying it as right or wrong, but what do you think about that? If because here's a sentiment: black men have been hearing that they ain't shit for a long ass time. You heard that before?
A lot of women in this age group watching YouTube don't remember what Ricky Lake and what they were talking about. So now all the women are hearing is black men providing no protection. Who remembers? I remember what Ricky Lake looked like, but that's about it. I don't remember anything sticking out as far as the black men. I just don't remember.
So what would you want the black? What would you? Go ahead, Kelly.
I was just saying, if I'm supposed to be one of the old heads and I barely remember Ricky Lake, and what I do remember, it ain't have shit to do with black men, and I don't understand how people younger than me are supposed to be so-called traumatized from some show that they ain't never seen before, and wasn't majority of the time talking about them anyway. I think it's just a repeated BS talking point so they can sit here and have an excuse to sit here and spew all over the internet about how fucked up women are.
Okay.
Excuse me, black women are specifically.
Okay. Well, when we look at the demographic,
the establishment, it's the larger establishment, and we refuse to go after that wheel. It's easier to fight the person that's right there standing next to you than it is to fight the establishment.
Okay.
Right, because that wasn't us talking about black men ain't shit all over the daggone place. That was media. That's what was fed to everybody.
Okay. What if they're speaking about what they experienced? Meaning the 50% that Sherelle had pointed to.
Yeah, I don't fault them for their own experience. If that's your experience, that's your experience. But if you get up here and be like, black women were doing this, instead of saying this is what I experienced, then I'm not listening to you.
And in YouTube, your anecdotal experience is off the table in these conversations, as if as if the data we're looking at doesn't come from the larger data pool, comes from anecdotal experiences that have been collected and put together, right? But when you get on a panel and you begin to have these conversations, your anecdotal experience all of a sudden is invalid.
Yeah.
So when you start looking at each other's, at our anecdotal experiences, it changes the narrative.
Okay. Now, question: what makes them disloyal?
If other races hear black men talking about black women like this, you can infiltrate that easily. That's disloyalty. That is that a word? That's disloyal. Period. It sounds nuts. And I don't know why. It's like taking a conversation out of your home into the streets. That's like one of the number one rules. You don't talk about what's going on in this house out there. And that's what black men been doing. Yeah, nothing's perfect. I mean, people go through things, but why you spew it? Like what how do you address your own women to the masses like this?
Well, this ain't new, right?
Wow.
And you know that men complaining about women didn't start with black men.
Right.
Well, now I know it's not new just from being on YouTube or paying attention to it more. But before 2-3 years ago, I had no idea black men felt this way, this bad.
Well, if they're saying it's hard out here and they don't like the conduct, what do you think about what they're saying? So you can frame it disloyal, this, that, and the third. What about their whether you call it concerns, complaints, their issues? What about those things? So you take it, you don't like it, you say it's disloyal because you're saying it in front of company. But it's been said, right? Also, the conduct isn't being had inside. The conduct is happening in the street for everybody to see that the complaints are about. So now when you assess said complaints that are also happening in public, but you want to be reprimanded in private, that would seemingly be an issue. So now what about the complaints that they do have? Do you give them credence? Any of them? Any of the complaints credence?
That's still in line with cultural rules. You still address your children at the house. You don't necessarily tear them up in public. You don't have to.
Well,
and your wife or your spouse. So you still take it.
Necessarily means that you acknowledge both sides. So you be like, if I necessarily won't do it, then necessarily you could do it. Right? When people say not necessarily, well, then you're acknowledging that it could be either or. Right? So
the majority of people wouldn't. They wait till they'd be like, wait till we get home. Or I'm gonna tell your father when he get or just it's always wait till you get home. Wait till we get home.
Yeah.
I heard that more than watching whippings in public.
Okay. So when you go, right, people are acting up outside. These aren't children. Right. These are the sentiments. Mm-hmm. What do you think about what the complaints are?
Who
do you think the complaints are valid, I guess?
Who are they talking about? Like literal sexy red like women that I'd never seen in person? Where are they seeing them at? Where are they at? To see those type of women in real time.
What you mean?
Black men just do it different though.
Where do you see a person like sexy red at saying stuff like that, acting wild? Where y'all be? I'm genuinely asking. Where are they?
I could text you 10 names right now.
From where?
From where?
From home.
From home.
I mean, but still, it was like just whole behavior, but it wasn't crazy. I don't know. What? Just
okay.
Hold it.
But what about the complaints? This is
a lot of hoes, a lot of undercover hoes.
Okay, anyway. Facts. Now, what I'm saying is, what about what they're saying?
What
like, do you think it has no credence? The complaints?
What are they saying? Women don't want to cook, clean, get married.
The attitudes, the lack of respect,
You gotta earn it.
the promiscuity. I'm just asking about the actual sentiments, regardless of. Let's take out who be saying them, because I know when you saying it, you picturing niggas in your head. Okay, so remove them and listen to what's being said.
How do they even know is the question? Like, who? I don't
They
get
outside.
it.
They have experiences.
But they like the hoes. They love hoe behavior because they want to have sex with them. But you want to be a saint and a sexy center? I'm so confused.
They do. That's what.
My
So you
thing is
think?
this:
Hold on.
they're compl- oh.
So you think that the conduct is? You think overwhelmingly the conduct of black women is inviting to black men? I'm just
Whose
asking.
conduct? Are we talking about like a Kaya or like a performance from Sexy Red? What are we talking about?
Talking about overall conduct.
Well,
Back
Alexis,
and
do
forth,
you know?
how we interact with each other. What do
I
you
don't
think, sis?
understand. The men on YouTube have made it contentious. I don't have this in real life is what I'm getting at. And I don't see people like Sexy Red in real life. It would look crazy if somebody was just doing that. Twerking.
Sis, you keep on talking about that. I'm talking about how we get along.
Yeah,
Hemp, if I could,
Hold
Go
on,
ahead. I
Dr.
need
G.
help.
No, she need help. That's why I don't want y'all to jump in.
Okay.
So the conduct is now just let's you put yourself in your head for it, just to make it palatable.
What?
What you think?
What do you mean?
Is it easy to deal with you or Becky?
That shouldn't even.
Me? Who's Becky?
Oh my god! All right.
Well,
sis,
Becky, what are you talking about? A Caucasian girl?
I'm just. Can we trying to understand? We looking at the conduct, sis. Are black women easy to deal with? Do you think?
Yes, I would want to see it coming. I would want to know what I'm dealing with. I wouldn't want to fool with a Becky because she gonna turn into Karen. I don't know. Nobody has time for that.
Do you think the conduct though, sis? You think black women are easy?
They should be better.
What do you mean easy? Easy to deal with?
First off, stop acting like you're getting confused. I'm asking regular ass questions.
Because these are crazy questions. Yes, we're easy to deal with if we like you. Yes. I quit.
All right. Go, hold on, sis. Let Callie jump in and Dr. G because they were trying to jump in. Go ahead, Callie, and then Dr. G.
I was going to say that the complaints they do have credence. The problem that I have is when you try to say that that's the totality of the black woman population. That's when I have a problem. But no, I see the same shit that they're seeing, just not as extra out as what they're making it, right? So yeah, I do see the sexy reds or whatever like that, right? But when I go outside, the majority of the women that I see are not sexy reds. It's probably like maybe, I'd say about maybe 3 out of 10 women that I see are like the sexy reds. So it's not as much as what they're saying from what I see, but it does hold credence.
Dr. G, okay.
I was going to add that many times in these conversations that we're having online, you'll have guys arguing a point that is not a part of their true lived experience. it's as if they're talking about what other guys are talking about, and then you double down and ask them about themselves and their experience, and they're not even having the same experience. I've seen that on your panel. You've done that before, Hamp, and you went and asked each person, if I don't remember the topic, but that happens over and over again, right? On the panels. The other thing I was going to say is, yes, your women should be easy to deal with for you. Your women should be easy to deal with for you. Yes, absolutely. So
you got to give me an example when I done that. I'm trying to understand.
You all okay? You were having a conversation. I don't remember the topic, but essentially, the folks on the panel were arguing a point. It was guys. And then you went to ask them individually about that particular example in their lives, and none of them had that lived experience, but they were arguing the point.
Yeah,
and it's not just you. You know, it's not just your panel. It happens over and over again. We're not talking about what we live every single day. We're talking about the talking points.
Yeah, that's one thing that I haven't. It gives me a headache. So it's so bad, except for everybody on the panel, right? There's no marriageable women except for the one woman that we happen to find of us that's married.
You know,
and they could be regular as hell.
You said it. That you said it, right? Because I'm not really here to bash. I love our men. I would never think of ever engaging any other man other than the Black man, me, right? But when we get to having these conversations, they're just not having the right. They're not giving the true facts about their own situation, or even situations that are around the men that surround them. They're more or less arguing a talking point. And so it starts to be like you just want to be against the women, because you're not even getting on here talking about your wife and your loving relationship that you've been married for 20, 15, 10. And even if you're not married, you've been in a loving relationship, committed relationship, but that's not what you're talking about. You're talking about the other thing.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Lex.
I wanted to point out that I think it's also a community thing amongst our community, because, man, we just do it so much different from everybody else, but it goes on in other community sectors. We just do it different. Like the Becky and them, they doing some wild-ish too. I don't know, like I've been in high school with them. They do some wild-ish. They know they pregnant by Chad, but they gonna say it's Adam's. They know, and Adam gonna take care of it. And it's like what, like the same type of stuff goes on in these other communities. It just, everybody is just doing it different. White men do not get on here. They know how Becky is and all that stuff. They do not get on here. Chad, he don't know the Becky walking down the street. If a man did something to her, he's going to defend her. Like, it's just so different in our community, a way that we act towards each other. And the same type of stuff goes on in the other communities. They just handle it different. That's all. They girls, I've been out the bar, they girls be, no, I don't want to go home and F you, Chad, I'm not going. And they fighting him and doing all this type of stuff. They just pick her up, put her in the car. It's so different. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, they started this stuff, right? Tom Likens, they all started the complaining and whatever the case is, you know. I just wonder though. I understand Dr. G's point, right? Like I always say, we all got our drawers on the outside of our pants on YouTube, right? Everybody's a superhero. I just wonder though, will anything ever improve if nothing what they said is being considered? Like Callie said, there's credence there. There are men having these experiences. To just dismiss it as though they just hate women and therefore we can ignore it. Does that do the conversation a disservice?
Yeah. Yeah, it does. I mean, I think that the conversation should be had, and you're having them every day. Folks are having them. When we start talking about our anecdotal experience, though, that's where we get into the issue. Either anecdotal experiences are not accepted as having credence, or the anecdotal experience is not the same as the talking point. You arguing something that you're not even living, and I don't understand that. And so I think if those two things were mitigated, a lot of these conversations would have to cease to exist, because folks are having good relationships. They're dating inside their community, right? They're happy in their relationship. And they want to be with women from their own community, largely. And yes, you can control the women in your community. You should be able to.
Chatting.
Girl, come on. I'm gonna go on mute. And I'm gonna do my praise dance on mute.
They all handle it. They all handle it.
Yeah, Chad is privately taking care of Becky in whatever way.
Hell no, says she did publicly.
No, because they're raising Becky's kid that might be Adam's, and they're not out here calling Becky a whore.
You should see. Matter of fact, I'm interviewing my boy Philosophical tomorrow, right? He was on this podcast called Whatever, and it's a bunch of white girls being treated like shit or talked down to, tell them what they can't the same exact thing. And it's 99% white talking the same shit.
So there's an example of it going on in other races, so it makes it right.
No, we're saying
it's just that it's not just exclusive to us as far as the men complaining. I would say that as far as hosts are concerned, they're like the white version of FNF, right? But even if you look at FNF, from what I can tell, majority of their guests are, the Beckys and whatnot too. We're on there, sprinkled in here and there, but yeah, it's basically the white version of that.
Yeah.
Minus the Frank Castle.
I think when we slow it down and we have the conversation from what's being said as opposed to the feeling, I think there's things that we have to be accountable for and address. The fact that we even let y'all overtake us, right? And I think there's a lot of systemic things that allowed it to is ridiculous. So I think that men definitely need to stand on the square and don't give a damn what y'all talking about. And as long as we stay on a just, righteous square, the women that align with us should adopt those principalities, and then it'll be corrected.
Agreed. Give us something to follow, we will.
But we be so busy negotiating and caring if y'all cry and do all this other shit.
You don't care about tears?
No. It's too fucked up to be caring about little things. The bigger picture has to become more important. And it's going to be a minority. I think that we often get trapped in, they ain't going to do it. Even the Most High said it's going to be a remnant. It's going to be 1/3 of the whole that's going to get it right. But men so busy negotiating. So.
Yeah, I got a question.
Ain't nothing else working. Go ahead.
Did you ever listen to Mace at all? His first album, Harlem World. I be feeling like since she be coming on, I don't know if you remember the Mad Rapper. That's how I be feeling with sis sometimes. I love you though, sis. But she come on here and I be wanting to hear. Tell him why you mad, son. Tell him why you mad. She come with all this stuff.
Leave me alone, Alexis. Leave me alone.
I love you though. Look, I'm gonna have to send you the skit. Tell him why you mad, son. Tell him why you mad.
What's the question? Oh, did I hear? Yeah, I know the Mad Rapper.
Yeah. Now that's how I was feeling about sis because she
Nation
came in with
better.
that
We
smoke.
gonna ride. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's all.
she came in. I want to know why.
Okay, so here, what you gonna do? How you gonna fix?
Well,
this?
I understand that the people that think that men can't take back the control by first submitting to something that's bigger than us and have a set of the rules, procedures, and standards that we follow. And therefore, when women come to you, she understands that you have a square that you don't move off of, so she got to make a decision. And if men do that, right, there's gonna be men left without because I think that the majority aren't gonna want to get in order, but the ones that do will. And I think we'll see a better result because of it. Because a community is a bunch of families, right? It's not just a bunch of people doing well. It's a bunch of people in order and a family doing well. You know, so I think that that's what has to happen. Like I'm tired of the defeatist mindset because oftentimes people latch on to what's easiest. So when we tell them the women will never do X, we seemingly latch on to what's the easiest thing. Since they won't change, fuck them. Right? But you ain't looking for the majority because that's never been the majority has never been the standard, to be honest. But the majority overwhelmingly has been doing poorly. You know, straight is the gate, but narrow is the way. Many will be called, but few will be chosen. It's always been like that. You know, so niggas better stop playing. There ain't nobody playing with us. White people ain't the standard either.
Not at all. Shouldn't be anyway.
Niggas say, oh, he can call me a nigga. I got too much to lose. Sit your pussy ass over there for a second then.
Stay over there.
Right? You smart. You might be smart. You probably got a bunch of shit to lose. You still pussy. But niggas will let people play in your face all day long. You'll never hear me on the internet getting crazy with a nigga for what? It's the internet. You know?
Some men think they started it already, like started the kind of movement and change.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I don't know if there's an example of that, but I think some men think that this is the way. This is the start.
Mm-hmm.
I just think they fighting the wrong opponent. Like channel that energy. Channel that energy. I'm not your enemy.
Facts.
You niggas don't know nothing, right? Just to be 100% honest. So people think that getting women in order is like some type of tyranny, right? But upon certain principle that you follow, it can be heavy-handed 100%, right? But love is included. Taking care of her is included. Empowering her is included. Protecting her is included. Making sure she's an asset. Making sure she can pour into something. Nobody want no fucking trophy wife. I don't need you sitting on no mantle. Right? Learn how to do some accounting. Run a cash register. Do accounts receivable. Accounts payable. Something. Pour into this thing. But it takes structure, man. You know? It takes structure, so easier said than done.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And the consciousness got to be there too. So that's a whole nother thing. I think we've been drinking the Kool-Aid for too long.
Mm-hmm.
And so the consciousness is not even there anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But what do I know? I'm an old lady, right?
Mm-hmm.
You ain't supposed to say I mean, but I respect it. You know what I mean? I'm not around here, competing and trying to argue with the young folks. I respect their opinions. I listen to them, right? I have children, many of their ages, right? So I get it. I know my rightful position. On the same token, respect those who respect you, because they might have something to offer you that otherwise you wouldn't be able to receive, and I've not been disrespected largely. I don't want to pretend like that's the case, but sometimes it just seems like the quote unquote elder is not, we don't want to hear, like we're supposed to go somewhere and lay down and pass away.
Mm-hmm.
But I got 5 decades left. I don't know where y'all think I'm going.
Yo, Dr. G, what's crazy? I want to point out a couple things, right? When Mr. Payne come up here, y'all know Mr. Payne? Marriage, Politics, and Sports. You've seen him before. He a little bit older. Mr. Payne, what, 65, 70? Mr. Payne talk long as hell. He make all his points. And you know what? Mr. Payne don't get cut off either. His name is Mr. Payne, right? That's literally what we refer to him as. But all this shit get glossed over, right? Like we always just acting like we just wilding. You feel me?
Yeah.
Here when everybody come up, they say hi. Like it be little things that make a big difference, right? But we just act like we all just out here shooting, stabbing, and throwing ass. But that minority is too loud, though.
Yeah.
And so when we say things, it may sound like I'm speaking in platitudes, right? But the truth is, a lot of men to the talking points are doing decently, right? When you add all like black men, it was on CNN. It was like 65% are in the middle class. And obviously that can be raised up by men who have a lot of money, right? But men do have higher enrollments now. The jail population is dropping, and so people are generally doing better. So there's so many things we thought that we couldn't achieve that are here now. There's so many things that happen in this earth you never thought you would see. Like women saying amen and men saying they women. Who the fuck thought that was going to be a thing? So when we act like things are so impossible, we look at things that weren't possible, that are literally happening before our eyes. But now we can't get in order. But a man can win Women of the Year twice.
And see, but that's the thing. See, it's that larger society that's the problem. And we keep falling into that. We keep measuring our own success based on the larger, right? We measure how our relationships should be conditioned based on the larger, right? And they keep putting these images in front of our faces, telling us essentially indirectly, and sometimes even directly, that this is what it should be. Not for us. Not for us. We're not the same. We've never been the same. But for some reason, more and more often, it just seems like, we measure our own success based on the common narrative or the larger society. And I just don't see how that's ever going to work out. we playing a game that we don't know the rules to, and then when we learn the rules, they change. How can you ever have your comeuppance?
Because you predicate them, right? Yeah.
Right. So we need to be creating our own game and playing our own game with our own rules. And we don't invite folks in, because as soon as you start doing that, guess what? The game changed, and so do the rules, and now we don't know them anymore. But we can't do that. We want to be everybody, love is love, and come on, everybody. And I just, y'all. But again, I don't want it to seem as if I would ever rebuke somebody's choices for their personal family, for their personal life. It's too many nuances, right, that's occurring for what I'm saying to even ever be a reality. There are some nuances there that people have to consider when they make decisions for their family. I recognize that. I have my family. My children are adults. So I wouldn't tell a 30-year-old woman, girl, don't do this. You don't do that. I wouldn't do that. What I would try to do is pour into her based on my lived experience, and then allow her to take that information and make her own decision. That's what I would do.
We may differ a tad bit, but I do recognize the nuances. But I think we need much more of my nigga, you bugging. Come hang out with me so you can learn how to do this.
Yeah, I guess my way is just different. I'm coming from a different, I wouldn't be as direct, because I don't want to turn them off. See, because I'm old.
They already off. Doc, they already off. So you might as well say, hey, get your $5 ass over here. Right? Because
and maybe that's why so many of the women who are here now as content creators, that's how they approach it. Maybe that's how. That's just not my way. But we'll see. I don't know. I may have to, toughen up my voice some. We
can assess and revamp, right? Like you just see what the effective nature it is. I want to tell y'all this. Let me know what y'all think. Black men love black women.
Absolutely.
Niggas is crying on the internet. I'm using crying to be incendiary to the fellas. We fuck with y'all. But fucking attitudes. Like there's something about that attitude that get under our skin, man. That shit is annoying, son. Nobody cares if Becky is crying and yelling.
Wait. So I was just gonna ask you, what does Becky do? What's the
care
difference?
about her? Nobody even cares. Sis, this how the math go. If you have sex with a black woman, that's a body. If you have sex with a Becky, that's a half a body. Them shits don't even count for real.
I'm talking about their attitude, their approach, because you guys want that.
We want to be together though. We want to be with y'all, but y'all be bugging. All the brothers that you see up here that have something to say, they be with black women. They date black women. But niggas is sick of y'all shit.
Why don't y'all? How come y'all can't deal with your woman's attitude? Everybody has attitude. So you saying a negative attitude, a spicy attitude? What you saying? What kind of attitude? Bossy attitude? What?
No, it's a nigga attitude because they love the Latino attitude. They love that mess for some reason. So it's us. There's something about us that is just, I don't know.
You don't want the sister girl attitude, too much neck rolling. I mean, what is it? Like
they want it wrapped. They want it wrapped in a burrito.
That's spicy. that spicy Latina shit is corny to me. So I can't really. But I just saying though, we overwhelmingly want to be together, just like every other people overwhelmingly want to be together.
Everyone has.
We have issues that are self-inflicted, but also we do come through some traumas that we have to navigate that are different from other people's past experiences too, right? If you believe in like epigenetics as an example, if things are passed through bloodline and generation, then you have to navigate those things. If we do indeed come from majority fatherless homes, that does something to a people, you know?
Yeah.
Right. And so I think that we have to understand that. And so when we approach these ourselves in these conversations, we have to come from a lens, right? So that we have a little bit more understanding while getting through the root of this shit. And at the point of getting to the root, somebody has to admit, okay, I fucked that up. That's on me. What?
I don't know, but the attitude thing is
Come
just
on, you
weird
man.
because everybody has attitude. An attitude is a noun,
We don't
right?
care.
So what's the adjective that describes the noun?
Bad.
Everybody has attitude. Okay, but I'm just bad. Fine. But everybody has attitude is what I'm saying.
But we don't care about them, remember, doctor?
I'm talking about all women, all Black women.
Okay.
All Black women have attitude.
Okay.
And are you saying there's a majority of Black women that have a bad attitude?
That's what the sentiment is. So this is what happened before, right? Where they'd be like, if they come to this might be risky, they don't exude the same attitude. Right? And that's been said. And so then what would be asked is, well, why do you get the attitude? Right? And in which case I would look at myself and like, damn, what could I change? Or is it her? But I think the self-assessment has to happen. But also, if we get to the end of the rope, Tiff and I going back and forth and back, if it's her fucking it up, she got to say, okay, it's me. But we seemingly have a large issue just doing that. Not I'm hypothetically, Tiff, before you get all confused and your brain turn to mush, right? You know? I don't know, man.
I don't know. I don't think we giving each other enough grace to be able to comp to it. Like if I say, okay, it's on me, I got to live with that for the rest of my life. Even if I'm changing the behavior, okay, I messed that up, right? Where's my grace for, first of all, saying, okay, it's on me. And for second of all, working to change the behavior. These behaviors didn't come in overnight. They're generational, like you already intimated, right? So you can't expect to be with your people, knowing what your people been through, and they're not going to exhibit signs of that trauma. They're going to. So do you have the fortitude to work through it with or no? And that's the thing. It's like you want to throw your people away, knowing the root cause or ignoring the root cause, I would say.
Yes, I think that, yes. But here's where I want to change that part is the men need to be the thermostat and not the thermometer. So regardless of how you come, if you come negative, right, I'm going to set the tone in the direction of that conversation. So you acknowledge your bad attitude don't mean that you just get to conduct yourself in that manner because now we both know it's bad. So there's grace, but the grace should work like, all right, now you're doing it again.
Right.
It's not me saying, okay, let me work through it because you know it. Let's slow it down. Change the attitude, change the behavior. Now let's continue the conversation. But instead, we let the shit roll and be telling y'all, yo, you fucking up. Watch your mouth. My Puerto Rican niggas say, yo, I hit bitches. That's what they say. Niggas be leaving that part out. They know that. Lee know that. He from up north. He know that. And I'm saying bitches because that's what they be saying. You know? But like,
it just takes to
but
be
that,
so, you gotta be
that's the
vulnerable
thing.
in order to do that. You really have to be.
I've never heard you call a woman out of her name, even in correction, even if it's stronger.
Stop acting like
of,
Hamp a superhero. He is special.
Hold on. This is a serious conversation. Let's get unserious in just a second.
All right.
I think she's talking about just the respect that's given and taken, right? Essentially.
Yeah.
You know?
I just haven't seen you beat down on a woman, even if you don't agree, vehemently don't agree. you don't do things like, oh, I'm gonna get down on her level. Like, you either gonna get with the program or get off of this
But
program.
I don't beat down on the men either though.
No, you don't.
Mm.
But I do think it's a stark difference in the way that you hold conversation and how other people can. The projection sometimes it'd be a lot. And even when you said like black men love black women, I think a lot of us are with black men, but you didn't see a whole bunch of heads nodding because of the way that some of the men talk and speak. It's vitriolic.
But I want y'all to hear it though. I want y'all to understand. Niggas is frustrated. Niggas is upset, mad, right? We don't know how to articulate it. It's at the point it's like enough is enough. But they really want change so that we can come back together.
How are married men frustrated with single women or women they see operating in the earth?
Do those married men have daughters?
When they don't claim those women, they're not. Then the next point is they're not under their covering, so they don't care about them anyway.
Do the married men have daughters?
Yeah, some of them.
So if they have a daughter, can they open their mouth?
What for? This is a child. This is not. You're not comparing your daughter to this woman who's operating in a way you claim to not like.
That's disingenuous. If they have daughters and the majority of women are single and also operating in an unbecoming way, then they should address it because they're raising daughters in the earth. If a community is a bunch of families, not a bunch of people, right? And men and women are not coming together, then they have every right to address it if they want to help the community.
Yeah, but your children are learning from you directly.
Those are two separate points, though, sis.
No, because they're not learning. Well, there is a such thing as observational learning, but the majority of what they know and learn is from their parents. That's what we just went through, or what y'all say every day. That's why the sons of single mothers are in jail, right? Because of their parent.
Okay, so you're saying what?
I'm saying why? What is like for certain men in on YouTube? I don't understand. If you already have what you have at home, what are you paying? What are you even paying attention to other women for?
Are they wrong?
Yes, because it doesn't make any sense.
But what you're saying, what they're saying is wrong.
It's like, how do you know? Why do you care? What are you doing?
Were they single before?
But if they've been married over 10, 15 years, what are you even talking about?
So you're saying that they don't know?
How would they know if I don't even know? And I think I'm wait, I shouldn't say that too loud.
Is there anything new under the sun?
Yes, there's a lot of new under the sun.
Does history repeat itself if you don't change it?
It can.
Okay. So, I mean, if you want to just nullify people because they're married as though they never been single before and they're not raising children in this earth.
Once they reach the goal of marriage, so to speak, what else are you talking about?
So if they care about their community, what should they do?
It's like the men that have the most vitriol are married. Most of them. I don't. That's. I've always questioned that too. That's a little confusing.
Okay. I just think what Dr. G said suffers in that point as well. You got elders talking. You got people that have been through experience. You got people that are successful. People that still have eyes, ears, and can read a book and stats and Google and see this is fucked up. But I have success. I can still speak out against it. And then once people start to listen, I can tell them how I got it right. But instead, those people should be removed. If you're too old, you should be removed because now you haven't lived in this time. You don't know no better. there are older things that often get talked about when the older guys say, just put cologne on and be funny. Well, that ain't that easy now, my nigga. Now when they can tell if you got motion based on your Instagram.
No.
But you know what? Cologne and being funny still does help. But there's other things, factors that you got to consider.
Right.
The vitriol seems like they're still out there, even though they're married. That's what it feels like. It's like it don't add up. Something don't add up. If you're saying this is the goal, but you're married, but you're still on YouTube talking like you outside, and you're complaining about women, something don't make sense. That's what I'm referring to. Something don't make sense there.
I agree with you. That's what I was saying. They're not arguing their true lived experience.
Yeah, said that earlier.
Or their true lived experience, they're miserable about it. Instead of just saying that, they want to condemn every situation instead of talking about my situation is bad. I made a mistake. I didn't do,
Yeah, that is one thing I'll say. Is just like we all act like we don't argue, we don't have fussing and fighting, and whatever the case is, people don't go back and forth. Shit ain't perfect.
If they get to the root of their issues faster and really start to share what's really going on with them deep down, then a lot of this would stop. Okay. Or the rhetoric would change.
Yeah, don't be afraid to face those childhood traumas. Just face them. Acknowledge they happened. They happened. Okay. Sit through it and then move on. But you can't keep pushing it down and away. And I'm speaking from experience. You got to face it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But I just don't. I think there's a part of that, what you're saying, Dr. G, and what Sis is saying. But people can see what's happening also. Things are certainly rooted in trauma for a segment of people. I would have to think about a percentage. But there's a good sample size. It's just like, yo, I'm seeing what's happening. I'm operating out here. I'm dealing with women. I'm trying these things. I got social media too. This shit is not right. And I think that we should not give it credence if it can be vetted. So this shit ain't easy though.
I think the problem is the vetting part. I think that the lack of vetting will have you see everybody as the same, men and women, and you honestly don't even do the due diligence to see whether or not you're dealing with something different. I think oftentimes that is the problem. Like I would, I don't get up here and say all niggas ain't shit, but that ain't to say that I ain't never dealt with ain't shit niggas or I don't know any.
Yeah.
Same with, same with chicks.
That's right.
It should be the same way.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah. No, it's something to run down.
Mm-hmm. It's just hard to get the honest people together, the people who really willing to tell the truth, right? Don't have nothing to hide. They, they're willing to be transparent without oversharing, right? Because you do have to protect yourself online. I get it, but too many people want to come out the victor. They want to be they want to have this persona online that perhaps maybe they never had in their real life. I don't know what the problem is, but folks not telling the truth.
Yeah, I think it's and when we got together, Dr. G, when everybody came here, like in Philly first and then Houston, like it wasn't none of that shit, right?
I remember you saying that.
And people was just chilling. People was just being authentic, getting drunk together, wearing all black, going to the club together, sneaking niggas in, talking shit, drinking too many shots, going to the club. You good. CJ made sure that T. Lee got in the car. You know what I'm saying? Because he was kind of saucy.
Mm-hmm.
You know. So
I can't wait to join you guys in Atlanta.
Yeah, Atlanta gonna be dope. Cali gotta do all the work.
Because Cali. Well, you know I'm here too, so you know.
Oh yeah, word.
Mhm.
So it's tough on all fronts, you know. But I just want to make sure that everything is given consideration. You know, there's a couple times they want me to like jump on people or like over pursue, but it don't do me no justice, and we still get to the point. When you get to the point in that way, it tends to stick a little bit longer. You know, so let's just keep working.
If I could just say this real quick, I think you're doing a good job. The way you run your conversations, you facilitate more than you add your opinion. I mean, you insert your opinion when it's necessary to break a stagnant, right? A sticking point. You might come in and interject there, but for the most part, you're facilitating conversations. And I think it works well when you're trying to hear what the real issue is. You do less speaking, more listening, right? And so I think what you're doing here is valuable.
Yeah, no, I appreciate it. I think it's better that way. A lot of people have a lot to add, you know. Right, a lot of people have a lot to add. So, and I'm up every day, you know. So, you know, I think it's better to listen. I learn a lot, you know. So, but I know I hear. Go ahead, Tiff.
I said it's time for you to do final thoughts. You've been streaming now today for at least 8 hours. Did you eat? Where's the medicine at? I ain't seen the sling.
I have
He's
one.
gonna fight tomorrow.
We'll be here
tomorrow to fight again. We'll live to fight another day.
Look. See?
Stop lifting your. Oh my god.
Oh my god.
Man, that took a lot out of me.
Ooh, sis, if you don't get your brother.
Hey,
off a scary movie. This is my strong hand.
my wife. Let me tell y'all something. So my two oldest daughters, they're sleeping right here because they don't like to. They sleep, but then they go in the room.
Oh, somebody in the back awake. Who is that playing in the back?
No, they sleep.
Okay. Oh, that's your hand, child. I'm tired.
Yeah. But
I made your hand a whole person.
You old. But so I'm sleeping in a chair, and our couch has like 2 recliners. And so my wife is sleeping on the couch because she know I'm about to go sleep on the couch.
Oh.
You know? Now shit ain't roses and bubbles, but
I like bubbles.
I still appreciate
You don't go get your snuggle on.
Right.
Her breath be oof.
No, I don't know. La 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 la.
I mean, I've been taking too much medicine. Well,
yes.
Oh,
yes.
okay. Because clearly that's probably you. You sure can't get up under that arm.
No, yeah, because I had
be rotten.
had got mad at Big Chug, so he took my toothbrush, right? And he bring it back. The shit looked crazy, like somebody brushing their shoes with it, right? So I bust open. He went to the dentist. He got a new toothbrush, you know, from the dentist. So I bust his shit open, use his shit, right?
Out of line.
Why are you using that nigga toothbrush? I'm like, yo, man, that nigga kissed my ass. But it's a little ass kid toothbrush.
That ain't doing nothing.
I ain't getting nothing accomplished, but I got I got him back though.
Yo, tooth, one tooth,
like the principalities of it. The principalities.
She's like, did you brush your teeth this morning? I'm like, yeah. Why? She like, you must have missed your tongue. I'm like, nah.
Damn,
young boy. I got, you know what I mean?
That little ass toothbrush you did one tooth at a time. That's all you said.
You've been better going to take a shot and swinging his mouth around. Like, go get some soap or something.
I had to get baby boy back though. He gonna learn though.
Don't do him like
so
that.
Everybody in the house had to smell your breath because you in bad with Big Chug.
He don't
Y'all the
care.
only 2 dudes in the house. Cut it out.
He does what he wants to do. Whatever.
rude.
And that wasn't wife's breath. That was your upper lip, nigga.
No, man. Harmonic, what up, kid? I ain't seen you in a minute, bro. Hope all is well. You heard? Yeah, man. I do what I want to do too.
You know what? He really need to be nice. She can accidentally like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to do that.
I'm tough.
No, you're aggravating. I swear to God, you're aggravating.
Man, I'm gonna tell you one thing though. Big Chug won't touch my toothbrush no more. Yo, that he was wilding yesterday. He had to sleep in his shoes. Boy had a pamper on in his new shoes. He won't take his new shoes off.
I mean, they new kicks. Hey.
She wake him up in the morning. She's like, "Why does he have shoes on his crib?" That's what he wanted. I ain't gonna argue with the nigga about taking them shoes off. He had a bottle,
I
pamper,
raised
and
one of
shoes.
those. Yeah, you might as well just let him do it. I raised one of those. I'm not pulling my hair out about it. Fine.
You didn't see the baby last Tuesday. Hair was just rocking and she was
I
asleep.
did, yeah.
I said, "Oh, look at them. This is too cute." I said, "Oh, he trying to get all his hugs in for that show to be broken."
I like Big Chug. He's a good Chug.
You like all the babies.
Robert, what up, Robert? With the 10 ounces of hemp, give me some money. You always say that. Reverend Randy with the $5 says, "So a married man with sons and daughters is supposed to lose connection with the world? I got sons, 23, 19, and 15. I have to keep my ear to the ground." Here for the T with the $5 says, "For the shoulder fun, even though I'm late." Miss Parker, you gotta join us one day, man. You be bullshitting. We need you up here. No, you did join one day.
Mm-hmm.
You know, salute to Miss Parker, man. Red Parade with the $5 says, "Belichick didn't play a day in the NFL, but is one of the best coaches in history. People have to live something to speak on it. We don't have eyes and ears." Miss Parker with the $5 says, "People be speaking from that one time in band camp experience." Rapid Range with the $5 says, "So we can't speak on stuff we haven't lived. I gotta eat shit sandwiches and know not to eat one. I know cancer is bad because I never had it." As A with the $5 says, "White men said you black men are lazy, and men from other countries say y'all not shit. Why don't black men talk to them?" Living humbly, salute. I can't reach over there now, brother. I appreciate you, man. Shalom Ak for the one gifted membership. Hakeem with the $10. Whoever got blessed with it, please maintain it. Hakeem with the $10 assist. To answer your question, it's not disloyalty, it's what we learn to expect because you raise us with a preconceived notion of what to expect. Just like the lack of care we have for older black men. Hakeem with the $5 says, "Coming from experience, since I trained some soldiers, both men and women, it's a fine line of breakdown and buildup you have to balance with." I think that's solid. Aaron with the $2 says, "KD mom is not sitting in the back for his wife." Oh, I think I heard it. I was trying to find it, but I couldn't find it. Hey, man, I think this conversation was pretty solid, man. You know, I think that we got a decent amount understood. We just got to get something accomplished next time. You know, but this shit ain't easy, man. But sis, I'm gonna hook you up, my boy Mel, though. You know, Mel probably right around my range, between a 4 and a 6. You know, he got a hobby. You know, Mel, you here still?
How many people are you gonna? What you? How am I gonna?
You ain't like triple black, so.
That's true. That's true.
When we gonna burn that rating scale?
Oh, I like it. I don't mind being a 4. Yo.
A 4?
Mm-hmm.
You rated yourself a 4?
He's about a 5.
Yeah, man. I like it down here.
They float down here. I don't know. We're gonna have to change the rubric or something because I just don't get it. I don't.
I heard you say that before. We'll break it down one day.
What's wrong with you know what? Another day, another child.
Yeah.
Alexis, any final thoughts?
Good conversation.
Oh,
why the white lady pop up?
That's what they like. No, that's a
Great conversation. Great conversation. I always enjoy being up here with all the ladies and talking and all that good stuff. I think there was a lot of mining out. I'm glad there was some points and you know, it was a good conversation. And shout out to Sis, the mad rapper now. Tell them why you mad, son. Tell them why you mad.
Leave her alone, please.
I love Sis.
Callie, any final thoughts? Oh my god.
No, good convo. I enjoyed it. I think you know, we touched on a lot of things, a lot of important things. I did enjoy the clips and trying to form some kind of opinion based off of what we see in the videos. And I enjoyed the fact that other people were able to provide some context to what it is that we did see. My final thought actually was about the super chat. He was saying that, you know, if you didn't live the experience and somehow you can't speak on it. You can speak on it, yes. However, what you do speak on, the knowledge base will be limited because you haven't lived it, and therefore you will miss certain nuances and sometimes important nuances that are vital into making you know, informed conclusions.
Word. Sis, final thoughts?
I don't really have any. Really. I think I said all I wanted to say tonight.
Okay. Tiff?
I am living for Sis in this villain arc. I love a good villain. Thanos was right. Wanda was a hero. I love that you will say the things that some people just don't feel comfortable with. And Batman needs the Joker because the Joker was just. Batman is a white criminal with too much money.
Sherelle? Dr. G, any final thoughts?
Wonderful conversation. Thank you for having me. This is a wonderful way to take my birthday out, joining in with you lovely people. And I look forward to joining again. Thank you for having me.
No, definitely. We gotta put you in the loop, man. I think added a lot that was needed for sure. I think generally speaking, when people lack experience, you do have outliers who've done great, i.e. Bill Belichick. But I think if you don't have the education, right, and the time and hours put in, like a Bill Belichick, to learn, study, right, and therefore be able to articulate in a way which people could implement, right? You haven't done that due diligence and you don't have the experience, feel free to speak on it, but then be more willing to listen. Be more willing to hear after you offer your opinion, right? Or open yourself up to critique. When we speak authoritatively without experience or the time put in to be an expert, that's where we start to fall short. So the Bill Belichick example is great. However, the time that he put in to become an expert is what makes him not having the experience a little bit less valuable because he put the time in needed. I think when we use that example, we just want to make sure we give it perspective. I think majority of parents go extremely hard for their kids, and people don't always get it right. But 100%, a person will fucking kill you over their kid in a heartbeat. Yep. People don't even, when you got dads and shit. I remember one time we in in a pool at like a community pool, and I think it might have been Chug or Rock was floating away because we was in the wave. What's that forever pool? Like it makes you move.
The infinity pool or a wave pool?
Like a wave pool, so you keep going.
Like a river, lazy river.
Yeah, lazy river. So he going, and it was a dad, black guy, but he made sure he put his daughter on the wall and then grabbed Big Chug, you know. And I could have got to him, you know. But people be mad vigilant over kids. You know, you good? Who you with? Where your dad? You know, all types of shit, man. So you see a whole lot more of that. At least I have, for sure. You know. So I like to believe, and I'm saying believe, if you know the etymology of it, lies in there somewhere, that the majority of people go hard as fuck for their kids. You know. And they ain't gonna get it right 100% of the time. You know? So I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. Be safe and do the right thing, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. I'll see y'all tomorrow night. And we out.